thinking back. Drop the class, to establish that the magic, it's automatic. Got a mask, who was at it? Living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, never tried, tell him on. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline, the deadline. Big time. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. Big time. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind. Big time.
Welcome to Spain, the next stop on the T100 World Tour. Stunning coastline meets the late summer heat. And with 5 races down, the race to Qatar is well and truly on. Every point counts, and every move matters.
On your mark.
In the women's field, 5 different winners so far in a fiercely competitive season. New faces making their mark. But the greats are holding their ground. The men relentless, some racing with scars, some with a point to prove.
I want to beat Hayden quite badly, to be honest.
4 races to go, it's time to go all in. This is the T100 Spain. Yes, it doesn't feel that long ago we were on the French Riviera, but we've made our way south to Spain and to Oropesa del Mar, and alongside me for this one is Olympic and multiple world champion Emma Snowsill. Emma, a brand new course for us on the T100, but a different proposition to what we had in France.
It seems that we were only up the coast just a few weeks ago, but you're right, it is a multi-lap course, a bit different to what we saw in Fréjus. I think the temperatures are really going to soar by the end of this race today. It's going to be exciting racing, different with this multi-lap format. I think we've got some athletes with some serious points to prove, and this rest of the season is hotting up, and I can't wait to follow the action.
Yeah, it's really shaping up to be an exciting season. We've got the men's race starting in around 7 minutes, the women's race in an hour. But in the women's field, it's been a thrilling season. We've had 5 races and 5 different winners. This is going to be as brutal and unrelenting as it gets for these athletes.
We've got the fastest swim splits here.
Taylor Knibb has put down some of the best bike splits that we've seen. That was Flora, I think, just on the side of the road there.
Singapore not proving lucky for her.
Look at the way that she's getting it done. Look at the turnover. Jelle is running a lights out.
It is unbelievable.
This is epic. We haven't seen this yet.
There we go. That's it. That's the moment.
Waugh wins the T100 here in Singapore.
Julie Deron, you are a T100 winner.
Taylor Knibb back to winning ways on the T100 here in Vancouver.
Finally, Lucy Charles-Barclay, you are our T100 London champion.
Form is temporary, class is permanent.
Ash Gentle, you are back to winning ways.
Well, let's take a look at where we're at in the standings, and it's a mighty tight race at the top. Just 7 points separate the top 4. Don't forget, it's the best 4 scores across the season ahead of the grand final that count. And with no Julie Deron or Taylor Knibb here in Spain, it's a real opportunity for the likes of Kate Waugh, Ash Gentle and Lucy Charles-Barclay to lay down a marker. So Emma, with Ash winning in France, that was a real statement win, I felt, wasn't it? To say, hold on a minute, don't forget about me, I'm Ash Gentle, and when I'm on form, I'm still really difficult to beat.
Look, Ash Gentle has proven herself to be the T100 queen over this distance. I mean, she has set the standard, but she's also seen the other girls coming and rising, and I think, you know, to change coaches, to reinvent herself, really is a testament that she says, I'm still here in it to win. And You know what, I reckon this second half of the season, it might just be playing to Ash's benefit here. So I'm really hoping that, you know, going up against the rest of the field, 2 girls that weren't there 3 weeks ago, I think she's got a little bit of extra confidence in her back pocket, and I'm excited to see her take it head-to-head with them.
Yeah, you mentioned to the athletes that weren't on the start list in France, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Kate Waugh, they're both here. Which one of those athletes do you think this course will suit the best?
It's exciting, you know, I really feel Lucy's got a lot of momentum, you know, a lot of positivity coming off the London race, a course that it was similar, that multi-lap course. But then you've got the likes of Kate, you know, that's really been giving it to Lucy as well. So I think, you know, given the heat, it's a strength, you know, course on the bike, I think it's going to also probably play a little bit into Lucy's hands, given that she's, you know, preparing for 3 weeks for a world title as well. She's got this energy about her. She seems very happy, and you know, but Kate, you know, she's come in and she's asserted herself on this series very fast, very quickly, and I think she's also going to ride that momentum. Exciting, a very exciting day.
It certainly is. Okay, so that's the women's field. In the men's, another chapter in the blossoming rival between Jelle Geens and Hayden Wilde.
From Belgium, Jelle.
The emergence of a star.
This guy, he's literally bionic.
The perfect runner.
Jelle is the fastest runner.
Jelle Geens wins his second ever T100 race here in Vancouver.
Goal this year is to turn up, race, and win every single race that I turn up to.
Hayden either wins the race or he blows up.
Guys like Jelle, the guys like Hayden who are coming in and they're just lifting the bar.
Hey, if anyone wants to start some beef with me, I'm more than happy.
Now he's stopping.
We see Jelle Geens being taken off the course.
Hayden Wilde has made this look super easy.
Jelle is absolutely going for this. He doesn't want to give up yet.
Hayden Wilde, 3 wins from 3.
Oh, I think I definitely got it in me to beat him. I've proven it before. I want to beat Hayden quite badly, to be honest.
So Jelle then with a huge 119 points out of 4 races, but Hayden in second spot only has 3. He's 1 away from a perfect 140 points to take to Qatar. Rico Bogan and Mikanu tied on 93 points each, ahead of last year's champion Martin van Riel in 5th. So Emma, Jelle Geens versus Hayden Wilde, get the popcorn out, because this is a battle that we really, really want to see.
I mean, what a blockbuster they are putting on for us. I mean, it has been incredible. I think ever since, you know, Hayden, we know about his crash, but he's come back. He's come back onto these races. He has provided the most ultimate racing displays. But, you know, Jelle has been there. He's been there fighting for it as well. And there's just something about Jelle at the moment that says, you know what, enough is enough. I'm really ready to take this back. I feel like he's witnessed all these, you know, plays and strengths and weaknesses and how he pans out his races. So I'm very excited to see where this race takes them.
Just quickly, if you were to pick another person in the battle, who would it be?
I mean, let's see, it's quiet, but Rico Bogan for me, you know, somebody that's asserted himself over this distance, strength, course. I think it really is up to him today to pull them apart.
Lovely stuff. All right, time to get over to the De Boer swim course start for the start of the men's race.
Weighing number 5 from the Netherlands, Julie Kiwi. Weighing number 4 from France, Mathis Marginier. Wearing number 3 from Germany, Rico Bogan. Wearing number 2 from New Zealand, Wilde. And wearing number 1 from Belgium, Jelle Geens. Athletes are now in the hands of the starter.
So away we go here in Spain, our 5th stop on the T100 this year. Up first, a 2-kilometre swim on the Divorce swim course, broken up into 2 1-kilometre laps. And Emma Snowsaw, we knew this water was going to be shallow for quite some distance, but we've got all sorts of techniques here from the athletes getting into the deeper section.
Well, we do say we have the Aussie exit, but I think this is very much an Aussie entry. You know, this porpoise diving that a lot of the athletes have to do, this wading. If you've spent any time on an Australian beach watching the nippers and our Surf Life Saving Ironman, this is something that's really practiced. So it is a basin, the Mediterranean. It is quite shallow. So I think, you know, this is going to really put some sting really early into the swim.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, the athletes, because this is a 1-kilometre loop, they've also got to do this twice as they get back in the water. So they will have been practicing this, won't they, I guess, in the swim familiarisation yesterday, something where you can make up serious time.
You know, it's actual fact 4. You know, I think coming in and out, the heart rate is getting so high. I mean, if the start of the race isn't already where the heart rate is spiking, but adding a little run in or a little bit longer than what you'd be accustomed to, or diving off a pontoon, it really is something, you know, talking with the athletes, it's really a matter of having to lower it again, getting into the water and finding your rhythm and not destroying yourself so early in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So while we try and just work out who's where, we've obviously got the swim cap colours that we're trying to work out. And slightly confusingly, we've got 2 athletes in a red cap. That's Rico Bogan and Guilherme Montiel Moreno of Italy, both in a red cap. So we'll try and get Emma to get her eyes on which one of those. But both of them fairly near the front here. And obviously we've got beg your pardon, we've actually got 3 athletes in red, so just to make it even more confusing for you at home, but we'll obviously get our first timing splits as they go through the Aussie exit. So Emma, conditions look pretty good, don't they, for swimming? There wasn't really a breath of wind down there, was there, on the start line?
No, I think it's that really deceptive sort of weather. I mean, right now it feels nice with a bit of cloud cover. You know, there's barely any wind. You can see the water is very, very calm. There's no sort of wind chop. And obviously, you know, in the Mediterranean, you don't experience too many currents or particularly waves. So, you know, I'm expecting a really, really fast swim by these athletes. And I mean, these men don't have, you know, conditions like we saw a couple of times with sighting, with the sun at this point in time, with the cloud cover.
Yeah, that will really help them, won't it, the conditions this morning. Obviously, the women's race taking place in around an hour's time. You sort of get the impression that cloud might lift and it might burn off by the time the women's race comes. But for the men right now, these are sort of, would you say, perfect swimming conditions?
I would think so. I think it's you know, it's perfect racing conditions right now. I mean, it's nice that the sun is not beaming on them just yet. You know, keeping their core body temperatures down for a long day of a very intense racing. But I think, you know, these athletes are so well equipped and so professional in every aspect. You know, they take into account everything that they need, no matter the conditions.
So one athlete we can definitely say is at the front there, or just probably in 3rd position, is Sam Dickinson there in the white cap. And Sam had a phenomenal race. Didn't he? In France, finished 3rd, made his way onto the podium on a T100 debut, which is an incredible achievement.
Yeah, we've also got the likes of Vincent Louis in the yellow cap there. I mean, these gentlemen are very accustomed to, you know, tight swims in WTCS racing, where there's, you know, so much jostling up the front. So they, you know, Vincent's probably really very much appreciating a little bit of clear water, being you know, really at the front of that pack there, or just off to the side, as you can see, right of your screen, but. It's a nicely formed group. There only seems to be a couple that have just teetered off the back of the majority of those athletes.
So that's Fabian Kraft out in front at the moment. He's had a really strong start to this year. He's had a couple of wins over the middle distance and a couple of 2nd places as well. So he's definitely an athlete to keep your eye on. Certainly at the start of this race, and obviously we'll keep our eye on how he continues to do on his T100 debut today. So Emma, really good chance to have a look at what awaits these athletes today here in Spain. You're going to take us through the map, I believe.
Well, we've seen it is a beach start. It's 2 by 1 kilometre swims anti-clockwise before they head out onto the bike. It's 1 kilometre before they head out onto 6 laps of around 13 kilometres each. Very, very small gradient, about 1.2%. Very few technical bends out there. And then it's back to transition where they head back out for another 6 laps on the run. Palm-lined streets. It's going to be very flat and very fast.
Yeah, we've certainly heard that all week, haven't we? Flat, fast, quite different, I guess, to what we had in France. Certainly with the bike course, because that was obviously an 80-kilometre loop in France, and now it's going to look quite different here in Spain. But we probably get more of a chance to see more of the athletes, so it's good to see such variety on the courses here on the T100. So Vincent Louis in the yellow cap, definitely a factor in this part of the swim. They're just actually taking the lead at the buoy. Emma, when you're going around those buoys like that, you saw, didn't you, just how much of an advantage Vincent Louis there got by going on the inside?
It can be. It depends who's on the outside of you. Swim buoys are, it is obviously taking that line, the inside line, the shortest, but you really do have to assert your authority that you don't actually get crammed up against it. It is a place where, sometimes tactically a lot of athletes do like to try to drive you into it. It has happened before, but I feel like, these guys are, do have enough space. They are able to, a lot of them have their own water. Vincent, I think that's a benefit that a lot of these athletes, have had when they're so used to so many more men on a start line and it being so much further crammed, and typically the first turning buoy within that 200 to 300 metre mark, where it literally is just a sprint and a fight to that first buoy. So it plays in all sorts of distances where some athletes like to put in a surge just to make sure they got that clear water, and it's also an opportunity if you can just string people out that little bit more.
Lovely stuff. All right, well, it's been a pretty exciting season so far in the T100, particularly in the men's field. Here's the story of the season so far.
Absolute bucket list race for pretty much any triathlete on the planet.
Well, the conditions are as challenging as it gets. Oh, we don't want to see this. Hayden pretty furious.
Hayden taking the lead. Oh, little smile. He's looking good.
Shame we don't have VAR in triathlon.
Rico Bogan is not someone you want to let up the road.
Wow. Mika Nuke put in an injection of pace there. Jelle Geens has pressed on. Marty's got to respond.
Rico faces him on the other side, giving each other a good stare.
Just showing us that he's in complete control of this race. He's arrived with a bang and he is delighted. There has been no faltering from this man.
Jelle Geens wins here in Vancouver. A punctured lung, broken ribs, an injured scapula. What an incredible, logic-defying performance.
He doesn't want to give up yet. He knows Hayden wants to shut it down.
Hayden Wilde, 3 wins from 3.
Goodness me, when you see that, Emma, an awful lot has happened, hasn't it, this year?
It seems that we're somewhat, middle of the season with these races. That we've seen such an incredible turnaround and such great rivalry with these men. It's hard to take your eyes off. Like we said, it's a blockbuster movie, and they are giving us the most incredible show.
Yeah, they really are. I still, when you watch that and you think this is Hayden Wilde's first season on the T100, it feels like he's been here forever. But also, in fact, he still hasn't lost a race he's taken part in yet on the T100.
I mean, that's a pretty good track record to come in
Not
with.
Bad.
He really has. He's I think that consummate professional where he's had an injury that by anyone else's stretch in the imagination would really be season-ending, potentially career-threatening. Though he has gone about it in the most meticulous way and gone and done all the things necessary for him to not only recover, but to come back to form, to come back to full fitness in the most amazing amount of time, and I think that part of it has given him confidence in his racing, that he's almost shown himself that he is capable of overcoming things, and therefore racing is, you know, is actually about the enjoyment and going out and putting it all out there on race day, because he's overcome the hard stuff. So he's just been an incredible athlete to watch, and to see him to continue to evolve. I mean, we know his name from Paris last year. I mean, he set the world on fire with his performance and that battle in Paris on the Olympic course.
Yeah, he certainly did. So, just looking into on the screen there, you can see Jelle Geens in the purple hat. He's sort of perfectly positioned, really, isn't he? He's right in the middle. He was speaking about how he was speaking about how actually now he's able to make the front pack of swims, which is something he wasn't able to do in his short course career, and what an advantage that now gives him in middle distance.
To be with the likes of Vincent Louis there, Sam Dickinson, very familiar with, you know, needing to push the pace in the swim, and often coming from a chasing perspective, even from the swim. So for Jelle, knowing that he's got to keep in contact with these guys, it's all great confidence boosters. So, you know, I think it's fantastic to see that, you know, at this point, before we get out and have a little run in between the swim with this Aussie exit, how these guys are, you know, keeping together, but also realizing, you know, that the swim is something that they've all had to improve on. It's not a part of the race that they can just feel like that is the warm-up per se. These guys really put in the effort to make sure that their swimming is in top notch, because if you are off the back of this group, you find yourself in a very lonely place all day.
That's a really great shot there, because you can see them start to hit dry land, or not even dry land, sorry, land. It's still very much wet as they're coming out the sea. And the various techniques there on offer as they make their way out of the water. And we're going to start to get our first timing splits.
I have a feeling that's Sam Dickinson. I think if there's something that the Brits have done well is their ins and outs on the beaches, and that's been, you know, just some great work, and dare I say, spending some time down in Australia more than likely.
Well, that's Hayden Wilde there in the pink cap, not far behind his rival this season, emerging as Jelle Geens. Very much in the fight after that first lap. Quite a short Aussie exit there, Emma, isn't it, compared with some of the ones we've seen?
Well, short out of the water, but look how far they're still having to porpoise back in, you know, get their knees. It's really not even about high knees. It's actually about like lifting your feet and ankles out to the side and sort of whipping your feet around on top of the water. Lifting your knees is, you know, a bit like a running drill, but when you've got the resistance of the water in front of you, it makes it even harder. And I think given that very, very small turnaround on the sand is very important, considering what they're having to do to get back out into some deeper water.
So the timings that we've got on the side there, Sam Dickinson out in front, Jonas Schomburg in second, Vincent Louis in third, Kraft of Germany in fourth, Bortolemedi of Italy in fifth, Carl Smith in sixth, Menno Koolhaas in seventh, Rico Bogan in eighth, and Jelle Geens and Yuri Kulin in 9th and 10th. Emma, the sun has come out, hasn't it? So what was quite an easy first lap into the sun is now going to become a much more challenging second lap into the sun.
Thankfully, it's not so low on the water anymore. We've seen that before, where, you know, the sun's rising over the water, or when they're heading back onto shore, that it's just able to get in the athlete's eyes. Sighting is, you know, as big as the boys are, there's sometimes, you know, in a small lull between these sort of inconspicuous waves, you can lose sight of them and add to the sun in front of you. But I don't think this is going to prove a drama for these gentlemen this morning. I think they're well established into this second lap of the swim. And Sam Dickinson there still looks like he's just come around, and yeah, just trying to see if he can string it out that little bit more. I think that positivity coming off his third place just a few weeks ago is probably buoyed him quite a bit.
Yeah, you said the sort of the confidence that would give you as an athlete coming in with a field, you know, because he wasn't far behind Jelle Geens, he wasn't far behind Hayden Wilde in first and second. So as an athlete coming into a new competition like that, my goodness me, that must just make you think, hold on a minute, no, I belong here. This is somewhere that I'm good enough to be and good enough to stay.
I mean, we were lucky enough to give his friend a lift this morning in the car, and he was saying, he'd be happy with any race result, given that he's just out here able to compete with these gentlemen. And it's a name that, we may have heard of previously, but I think for him, coming away with a third against the likes of those two gentlemen on the podium, I think for him, he's going to just continue to ride this momentum. And I think that someone like him is just, that experience, that learning curve that you're continually on when you're sort of fresh and green into a new distance is something that gives you this sort of extra boost of energy, and you kind of really don't have too much to worry about. He's not there fighting for placings or standings like some of the other guys are, and thinking about the whole race series. It was his debut race. And he's come out and shown that he's capable of being here, and he says, I want to stay around, I want to stick around, and maybe I'm going to hunt down some more valuable points in the process.
Yeah, I get the impression he very much wants to be with us on the T100 next year, so he's certainly doing a very, very good job, isn't he, of making a case for being given a contract in 2026. And he was saying, or his friend Tom was saying in the car, wasn't he, that he's made of glass, that all he needs is to be on a good bit of training, or to have good training behind him, and he's really always able to really make an impression on races, but it's just keeping the body in good shape that's difficult.
All these athletes experience that. I think it's something that we see throughout the whole season. Triathlon is that sport where, it, like any sport, lends itself to a variety of injuries, but getting that fine balance all the time between all three going well is something that each and every one of them are constantly figuring out and trying to tweak and trying to stay on top of. So that upward trajectory when things are going right, you're injury free. I mean, it does give a level of momentum and confidence to every race that you put yourself on the start line.
So Vincent Louis has actually just taken the lead here off Sam, as they sort of making their way around the furthest part of this course, around these red buoys, before they will return to shore. What's it like, Emma, being in the middle of this sort of washing machine, we call it, don't we? What's it like?
This one doesn't look too bad, if I'm honest. This one looks like everybody's got their own piece of water. It actually looks relatively calm. It looks quite a pleasure, if I'm honest. I think that we've seen many a time where it really does get argy-bargy, and we do tend to see that probably coming a little bit back from the end of this. As they're coming back into shore, you might see a bit more of jostling position, but right now it's looking very nice and tidy.
Yeah, we like to keep it civilized here on the T100 with only 20 or so athletes per gendered field. Yeah, they certainly get a bit more room than they would in a World Series race. That's a really good top-down shot there, and you can see Hayden Wilde there making his way towards the shore. And Hayden was really interesting, I thought, after Karlovy Vary, one of the World Series races that he raced recently, saying his swim just isn't where he wants it to be. Perhaps in a distance like this where you can make up more time on the bike, but in a Olympic distance he really struggled. And obviously with the injury he had this year, being the shoulder, that's been a real key concern for him, hasn't it?
It has had a huge effect on his swimming. He really has. That's the area where he's had to really do the rehab work to get that mobility back. And Hayden has, continuously put in the work, but going to a WTCS race like he did, and racing with so many guys around you, with such a short space until the first turn, it is not like we're seeing now. It is a huge washing machine. So I think Hayden, comes to these races with, that little bit more confidence, knowing that he's somewhat a little bit more protected per se, in terms of not being, knocked around and not having his shoulder, really coming in as much contact or problematic as what he may have faced. But he acknowledges that his swim is still not where it needs to be in that style of racing. This here, for him, I think it's more a matter of staying in contact with these guys in the swim, and not losing time, but also not, making sure that he doesn't, draw himself out too far that he's having to exert himself so much so on the bike in order to catch up any lost valuable time that he's had in the swim right now.
Yeah, he's made it look pretty easy so far on the T100 as Hayden Wilde, probably much to the disappointment of some of the athletes around him, but it's certainly given us an awful lot to talk about. And we also learned as well that he was at the Red Bull Performance Centre in Austria, just trying to get some more rehab in the last couple of weeks, trying to be in the best possible shape for this part of the season, because yeah, the race is coming thick and fast as we reach really the climax in the race to Qatar in December.
Well, it's lovely to have Vincent back. He's also, you know, trying new distances and competed this year in some longer distance events and in Roth. And we missed him in Frejus, and for him, you know, being in his home country and having a race somewhat on his doorstep, I think he realised that there was some time lost for him, but he's come to this T100 series as well with, you know, I think a really open mind and realising that he's, you know, he may have had success in other short course racing, but for him to, you know, take the time he needed to recover. I think when you're first going to those distances, it's something I've witnessed that it probably takes a little bit longer to recover than what it does after you've been in it for year on end. So Vincent, I think, knowing he, you know, he's capable of having a great race with these guys, I'm really excited to see where he can, you know, what he can do to this race today, knowing that he's probably been watching and detail all the races so far, and particularly, you know, racing against Hayden previously and Jelle in previous years.
Yeah, really good to see him back on the start list. Hugely successful short course career. He's very welcome on the T100. So the athletes, you can see just rounding that sizing buoy there. And if you scan that QR code on your screen, you can access all of the data to your heart's content. All of the stuff that we see here in the commentary box, all of the timing splits, all on T100triathlon.com/live. So Emma, not long to go now until the athletes make their way onto the beach. What are the what starts to go through your mind as you exit this part of the swim?
It is an interesting time. You know, you really start having to actually slow down in your mind what you're going to do in transition, and not to rush it. I mean, given they've still got to get out of the water, it's easy to get ahead of yourself and think further up, but right now these guys are certainly focusing on making sure they're doing some great porpoising, some great, you know, running out of the water, not losing valuable time, but then getting to transition and just, you know, there are rules around transition and not being messy and losing goggles and caps and keeping them outside of the box. It's all stuff that you almost have to slow down and put into like, you know, half speed, because when you're racing, everything is, you know, it's about go, go, go. It's fast. Everything's moving forward really fast, but you don't want to cost yourself either in terms of making silly mistakes. And I have no doubt none of these guys are going to run into any of those problems, but it is certainly something that you do start going through in your mind about, you know, what do I need to do? Not dealing with wetsuits right now. They don't have to contend with that, which is nice. But by all means, they do have a little bit of a run up the beach, up the sand, and into transition.
Yeah, but I imagine when the heart rate is high, when you just come out of a really, really tough swim, it must be pretty difficult.
The heart rate is high, you know, that coming in the last straight, you know, they're always in the last 200, there always is that little bit more upward pressure, that little bit change of pace, just to put a little bit of hurt into some of your competitors. I certainly remember feeling that in races. You felt like, you know, you'd finally found a rhythm. You felt content where you were at this point in time. You're in a somewhat a safe place around the athletes you know you needed to be, and then all of a sudden it just felt like someone had just put the accelerator down, and you'd have to you know, react and go with them.
So really. Apologies. Really interesting different techniques here. Some going for the walk, some going for the porpoise, but they do make their way onto the beach now. And you can see them all come together, couldn't you? And there was some clear leaders, but that process of getting out the water has really changed the order of the pack.
Well, again, it was Sam Dickinson that seemed to be the most comfortable. He looked as if he was quite in control. There's Hayden there. He also looks like he's done a little bit more beach training than some of the athletes that are not quite as familiar with these beach starts and exits. But again, it's a matter of just, you know, keeping in touch right now at this point in time, not doing anything silly, not knocking over your helmet, just going about the process.
So Sam Dickinson getting his swim skin off. Rico Bogan.
He's opting to go for socks already.
Yeah. And because they're all so close together, quite a chaotic transition zone. A lot of them all within a few seconds. So Hayden Wilde makes his way out of that transition zone.
It appears someone has also already knocked off a bottle.
Yeah.
You can see it is chaotic, and you can see that, you know, simple little things can afford, you know, you can't afford to do, I should say. You know, losing a bottle at this point in the game is not something you want to do. These athletes do have special needs and do have nutrition out on course, but it's one of those things, you know, you set up and you prepare so well, and yes, in the midst of the chaos of transition, these things can happen.
So this is the quite technical part of the course. It does open up once we get into the laps here on the bike course. It does open up a huge amount, but this is a very narrow little section that they've got to get through, and obviously very, very crowded. You can see all their race rangers there flashing red. I imagine there will be some leniency towards this section of the course as they start to space themselves out. Of course, only a 20 metre, you're not allowed to be within 20 metres of the person in front, or if you are, you have to make the pass, so you're not drafted.
This is this 1 kilometre section out until they begin their 6 laps. So it is very narrow, because this is the place in which they will also be returning back to transition. So it's only this point up until they get to the main roundabout and then head out. So it is very tight, and it does appear that the athletes are very, very close together. They are certainly taking into consideration that it is a hard place to string out everybody as need be. You probably would think that it looks closer than it should, but until they get out onto the open road, it is a bit of a tricky place of the course in which the athletes you know, need to be very aware of the rules, and the motos will be out there as soon as they round this roundabout and take that left-hand turn.
Just looking at the timing splits there, 23 seconds separating the top 15 at the last checkpoint. That is a very, very tight bike pack, isn't it, at the moment? Awful lot of that. Oh, another bottle potentially, I think, just down there. So this is the wider part of the course that the athletes have made their way out onto. And they'll be doing 6 laps of this. So just looking down, I mean, Rico Bogan, not a great swim from Rico. Normally we'd see him a bit further at the front.
In saying that, he was there in transition though, so yeah. It can be deceptive, you know, where we have the timing when they come out of the swim. You know, transition is the 4th discipline. There is time to be made and lost, and I think we saw him with the likes of Sam Dickinson as he came into shot into transition. So I would expect him to, you know, see that he's at the front of these guys, and after we get through these first little turns where they kind of come around the roundabouts and make their way over the highway you just saw in the background, there's this really, really long stretch with a dead U-turn, and you know, I think Rico doesn't need to do anything right now at this point. He needs to find where his strength is, and then that is that nice long section. So at the moment, I think he's in a fantastic position. Even given the standing, it seems like he is a little bit down.
Yeah, I'd actually, sorry, I'll apologise to Rico there. He had a brilliant swim. He was 4th out the water. It was his transition that was slow.
So I was backing him up. He didn't need it.
Well done, Emma. Well done. Yeah, 15 seconds slower than Fabian Kraft, who had the quickest transition. So yeah, that just goes to show, doesn't it? Transition, we call it the 4th discipline. You've got to make sure that that's as quick and as efficient as possible. But you know what? If anyone can on a course like this, Rico Bogan certainly can make up as much time as we think he can.
Happy to see Kyle Smith up there. He's had a bit of an unlucky year, I would say, by his standards. It's great to see him up the front. I mean, we expect to see him up, but in the front of the swim and at the front of the bike, it's something we've come to know, and he's been in some fantastic battles, and would be wonderful to see if his health and form is able to find each other on race day when it counts. These athletes, when they're dealing with immune gut problems, it's something that it's a funny one. It's not something you can see or an injury you can scan, but it has such an impact on their performance. I mean, health is one thing, but when they're trying to get every little bit out of themselves, training might be going well, but come to race day and you're putting that extra strain and extra stress on your body, it doesn't always happen, and it sometimes takes a lot of time. So I'm really hoping to see, Kyle, hopefully can turn this around, and the second half of the season is somewhere where he could find himself finding where we've seen him before, up further ahead in the field.
So that is Mathis Margerier at the front, just ahead of Jelle Geens. And he had a brilliant race with us in France, finished 4th. Second best finish on the T100. He had the 3rd fastest bike leg of anyone in France. So he's mighty on the bike, and he's of course coming back from injury as well. So really good to see him back and on form.
I think he's an athlete that we might not have talked all that much about, and he's certainly been one that's just continually there, continually up in amongst the top leaders, but not a name that we're often calling out. And he's had some amazing results in racing. It's just that we've had some amazing names in front of him to call. But I really like the way he races, and he's an excellent biker. He's shown his strength on the run as well, and like all these athletes, coming with a little bit of injury at times, or sometimes just finding the way in which they need to race. And it looks like, well, let's hope it's not a penalty.
They're certainly talking. So I think that's is that number 6? Yeah, that's Carl Smith.
So it sounds like Carl's been...
Didn't see a card presented there.
But you could overhear him saying that he had been blocked.
I see.
But the officials are being very, very diligent.
We'll wait to hear what the official ruling is here. But there's certainly a lot of conversations going on the course. Carl Smith making his point known, as they're still bunching up here. Hayden's in the mix, don't forget as well. There he comes. It really was a tough part of that course, wasn't it, where they were all so concertinaed because they were all so close out of the swim.
You're right. I mean, they are. Concertina is the perfect way to describe it, in which they have to string out, find their form. Someone may not have got their foot in time, faffing around in a way that is, not convenient in terms of, getting a penalty. And to surge past not just one guy, but a number of them is something that, you've got to put in a mighty effort. And you can see Kyle, like in this instance, when Hayden has come around him, he's in actual fact has to sit up. So, as much as this race is non-drafting, there is a somewhat amount of, technicalities in the drafting rules, in which you really have to adhere to in order to not lose more valuable time and have to stand down off the bike rather than just slow down your speed and pick it back up again.
Yeah, those penalties, when you're stood stationary for 30 seconds, stood stationary for a minute, they're going to be really, really difficult moments in your race. They feel like an age for sure. But we'll await to hear the outcome of this. No doubt plenty more to be discovered. So, a little bit further back, and that's Vincent Louis. That's a good-looking helmet, good-looking tri-suit, and a good-looking bike, wouldn't you say, Emma?
It's Vincent Louis. I mean, he just seems to do that all so well. You know, he is certainly one of those athletes that loves to look good and look good while doing it. So he's certainly, you know, spending more time on his time trial bike, doing these longer races like he's done, and dialing in his position. And yeah, he'll be looking just, I think, to come back to this distance and seeing, you know, why he's come back from recovering from the long course race that he did, and a little bit of an injury.
Well, that's confirmation there of a penalty that we do know about. Vincent Louis having his equipment left outside the box, we're being told. So 30 seconds, again, be incredibly frustrating for Vincent, but those are the rules, aren't they, Emma?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I mean, it's like we were mentioning as they came into transition. It's not something that you know, that you intend to do. It just happens in the chaos that is transition. Ripping your goggles off, ripping your cap. You know, you think you've got the shot and you put everything in the box, but sometimes it can be a matter that the goggles just, you know, slip over the side of the box, and unfortunately that does account for a penalty. So. Yeah, I think for Vincent that's super frustrating, because he's somebody that does know that rule, those rules of the racing very, very well.
Yeah, just you do wonder how it can happen in professional triathlon like it does, but it clearly does happen enough that people that yeah, for whatever reason, you know, like you're saying, high heart rate, or you know, you're in the middle of a race, maybe you're not thinking as clearly as you would if you weren't. I don't know. But
you just said it. You said triathlon. We're not basketball. It's that, you know, it's that pot shot in which, you know, you come up and you're ripping your stuff off and you sort of throw it. But it is a very predetermined area in which it has to be thrown in. And yes, jack of all trades in this sense of three sports, but certainly probably not when it comes to hand-eye coordination.
Triathletes make a lot of stuff look very easy. I guess putting stuff in a box still one of the more challenging elements of this sport.
Sounds simple enough, but in the adrenaline rush of it all, you know, as we always say, stranger things have happened.
So the technical official still very much at the front of this race and just advising the athletes on what they're doing, perhaps incorrectly or doing right. We're still waiting to hear of any official confirmation here of a penalty, so as soon as we do, we'll be sure to let you know. So one of the key elements of this part of the track is part of the race is you can see them do this U-loop, can't you, at the top, and then they come back round. There's a real opportunity for them to see their position within the race.
I think at this point on the first lap, there's clearly no space between them. I mean, you can see even Hayden, just before he came to the turn, had not fully adjusted his shoes, had not tightened them up. So it is a matter of just finding your rhythm and getting out on course, keeping place, and not, I shouldn't say pace, but place. As you can see, that technical official there is being very, very diligent, and you know, sometimes it is a matter of just keeping your foot even on top of the shoe in order to maintain your position, not drop back, because as you can see, that can very quickly and easily result in a penalty through no fault of your own, other than concentrating on yourself and trying to get your foot in. So I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of change in these probably first 1 or 2 laps, if I'm honest. I think we'll see when the officials have really established everyone is at the correct distance, the correct drafting distance, is where they'll come into their own and really think about, well, where I would imagine someone like Rico Bogan is saying, okay, this is my course, where is my prime time, to start putting some momentum into this and start putting a bit of time.
Okay, well, it was a home race last time out and a really good performance from Mathis Margirier, 4th place, and he's pretty happy, flying under the radar for the time being.
I'm not like a big triathlon star. I'm not really famous compared to some other guys. So yeah, maybe it's easier because it's more calm before the race. No, I don't care about the pressure. I prefer that people think I'm going to win, so it gives me some energy. I think, okay, I have to win. I would like to be in the top 5. It's going to be really difficult because the guys in front of me are really strong. They were stronger than me last year, except for Mikanut, who we were the same level last year. But this year he's really strong with 3 podiums, something like that. So it's going to be really difficult to beat him now. But I can do it. And yeah, just to be better than 7th and top 5 will be really, really good.
He's been so consistent when he has been able to race this year. Say, got that 4th in France, 6th in London, 6th in Singapore. Emma, just a case of, with athletes like Mathis, staying injury-free, being able to race properly, and then that you reap the rewards.
He certainly has gone through that, I feel. I think he seems calm and collected, and sometimes that comes with, after having dealt with a lot of injuries, he might appear a little bit different in regard to, say, someone like Hayden, who's gone about it quite publicly and openly. But I think these athletes show that, all their different characters. He has that calmness, I feel like, of a calm, cool, collected Frenchman that has been just really gathering results quietly. As he said, no one's really been somewhat talking about him, but an incredible bike rider, incredible runner. Up there with the front runners of the swim. I think he's always just lending himself to having the perfect all-round solid race, and that consistency is key in such a year-long season. And coming into the second half, if he can just continue this momentum, we're going to continue to see him really keeping high up in the rankings like he already is, and maybe there's some jostling for those podium places come to the end of the race in Qatar.
Yeah, the season by no means anywhere near over. This is our 5th race on the T100 calendar of 9. And we're all competing. All the athletes are competing in the race to Qatar.
We have a race on our hands.
So Jelle Geens currently sits at the top, 119 points. Hayden Wilde on a perfect 105 points in 3 races in second. I do wonder, though, quite how that's going to look come the end, or come December, not even the end, come December in the race to Qatar. Just while we were having a look at that, this is Rico Bogan taking the lead over Mathis Margirier. And I wonder if that could be Rico Bogan out into the sunset slightly, because a lot of the athletes have spoken about this being a Rico Bogan course. Yuri Kulin actually said they should rename it a Rico Bogan course because he thought it would suit him so well. So what do you think about this course, Emma, will suit Rico?
I think on paper and what everybody knows and sees Rico's strength to be, yes, it probably presents as that. He says that he's been struggling a little bit, and heat is somewhere where he has come undone before. So right now it still seems quite deceptive with the cloud cover. By the time they hit the run, they might have that full glaring sun. I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary. The humidity is not extremely high like the likes of, say, somewhere like Singapore. I don't think, given the conditions right now, it's a problem, but I tell you who is struggling is these.
Yeah, so right now we've got Rico Bogan and Carl Smith both being, well, we seem given a drafting penalty. And they're being made to wait here. Carl Smith shaking his head, clearly not happy with what's happening.
It is a super frustrating place to be. Like, nobody wants a penalty, but in these circumstances, like, it is race rules, as unfortunate as it is. And you have to, like, as part of like adapting to racing and knowing how to, you know, use your adrenaline before the start, you also need to know how to contain your emotion and energy in these sorts of circumstances. And someone like Kyle really does wear his energy and his heart on his sleeve. And I think for him, he's really, like, you at this point in the game, you can't fight it. Like, it is what it is. You've been handled the penalty, but you can also just waste a heck of a lot of energy arguing over something that really nothing can be done about it right now. And for Kyle, I think it's something that, you know, this frustration is probably boiling over from the rest of his season and where he's been and where he's, you know, found himself in terms of not the best health and not the best consistency. So it's really unfortunate to see, you know, athletes getting these sorts of penalties. Yes, they are the race rules, though I really do feel Kyle has to really, like, put his head back down, you know, put it by the wayside. It's done, it's in the past, get on with my race.
Yeah, but I mean, it's obviously, and Emma, you've been, you know, you've raced in these situations. You know far better than me. It must be so difficult to do what you've just said, to put it to the back of your mind. There'll be so much sort of anger, won't there, and frustration boiling over within these athletes.
It depends how you want to use infuriating. You know, it can make it debilitating. You know, that rage and frustration and anger can be something that completely zaps you, or it can be something that you can harness and use to your advantage and use it to propel you. And it is different for everyone, but unfortunately, it's knowing how to handle it for yourself. It really is a matter of keeping within your own realms, because getting annoyed at an official really does nothing other than just exert your own energy, and you can't afford to do that. And for me, I feel like I may have only ever had that once, and figured that if I was going to fight that penalty, I wasn't handed a card, but I was certainly questioned and wondered at what point, you know, where I had to sort of maybe step over the course. I would just argue it later. So I feel fortunate in respect that I haven't actually have to stand down off my bike or serve a penalty on a run. So I'm not speaking from direct experience. So always better giving advice than taking it on and delivering it for yourself.
So Rico Bogan has got a lot more work to do. I said he might be off into the sunset, but unfortunately he's got a lot of work to do now to get his way back through the field, back to the front of this race. It's by no means over for Rico. He's just got to work a little bit harder on the bike, exert a bit more energy in getting to the front. And of course, Rico has already won this year. He won in San Francisco. But it's always been a question, hasn't it, Emma, with Rico, how much he can push on the bike, but how much he's got left in the legs. And in San Francisco, he had enough left in the legs. But in the races since, it's been a lot harder. It's been a lot more challenging for him.
I think Rico appears to be one of these athletes that loves to just test every race. He loves to push himself to a point where he wants to find out where his weakness is. And you have to go over that line sometimes. You have to cross it, and sometimes maybe in our eyes, I should say, almost fail, like it didn't go according to plan. Though I think with such a young athlete like this, he continues to go out and race and tries everything he can, and then he goes back to the drawing board and harnesses it again, and then the next race is another opportunity in which he says, okay, well, maybe I did go too hard, but how do I improve my run off a harder bike, for instance? And I think where Rico's strength is well, his age, he's young, and his ability to do it, but probably not having any preconceptions over how he should execute his race all the time. Clearly, he's a strong rider. I mean, he's got incredibly long levers. He looks amazing on a bike, and translating that time and time again under race conditions to then run off a hard bike is only available under these circumstances and against the best runners. So for me, I don't ever feel like Rico's having a bad day per se, or if he doesn't win the race, even though he may be putting out there on the line on the bike, I feel like constantly sharpening his sword, and he's just finding his way in which he can become a better athlete.
Yeah, you mentioned he was quite young. I mean, 24 years old as well. He's got a lot of time left, hasn't he, to perfect this technique. And like you say, it might just take a few years for him to work it out, to get the coaching right, to get the training right. But once he does, it's a really powerful tool.
The beauty of this distance, this T100 distance, and you know, some athletes may have come from longer distance, Ironman racing, 70.3, or you've got the short course, and both offer a variety of skills that they can translate. Though age and just having that ability and, you know, wisdom will come later with these experiences, and I think harnessing him into the athlete he can become, even though he's exceptional right now, I think is such an incredible mindset to have. And I think, like we said, 24, able to go out, win some of these T100 races, podium, the races in which he's not having, let's say, where we would imagine his best result. I sure he walks away and realizes that, you know, I've gone back to the drawing board, I learned something else. You know, he's probably got his chalkboard at home and crossed through that one.
Yeah, fascinating, with so many different coaches, so many different ways of training. A lot of these athletes choosing different methods, but Rico certainly doing a good job, because he's been a factor in pretty much every race this season, certainly once he's come off the bike. So Rico Bogan still trying to make his way through the field. We can confirm he had a drafting penalty, same as Kyle Smith, so both of them being given drafting penalties here in Spain. Now a lot of work to do to get back towards Mathis Margirier, Hayden Wilde, right at the very, very front of this race.
I think his composure in that penalty was probably something that we saw a great difference between Kyle, and not to say that the time necessarily reflects that and the rider that they are, but he's made his way back. You know, he's back in touch with the top riders. You know, he's essentially, yes, he served the penalty, but he's not lost the time, let's say, of Kyle in this instance. That composure is such an important thing, and you can see in the way he rides as well. He's just incredibly smooth. He just looks incredibly comfortable on the bike. He hasn't shown the frustration, that outward energy, and I think he realizes that, you know, there's still a bit of, you know, there's enough time. We're only on lap 2, and he just needs to continue to lever his strength right now, which as we can see is the bike.
In terms of that position, Emma, that just looks so streamlined, so easy for someone like Rico. He's a tall chap, but that looks very, very comfortable and very, very efficient.
I can't deny I've seen a lot of another long-levered man on a Canyon bike, and it's something that, you know, these athletes become meticulous with. You know, the amount of prototype testing that I used to see Jan dealing with was just incredible, and where these bikes have come and where these athletes have been able to evolve with the technology and what they're privy to testing. They are just able to hone in their position, their equipment, their socks, their helmet, their water bottles, and you know, this is something where if these athletes are absolutely privileged to be given these opportunities to dial in and hone and find comfort, someone like Rico just looks, as at ease as you can on a hard bike ride like this. You can see the sweat dripping off his nose. As I went to say ease, I really had to stop myself, and they're not doing it easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, as easy as he's making it look, if you want a reflection of just how hard Rico Bogan is working, you can see the sweat there dripping down, sort of almost like one drip a minute. Sorry, one drip every 10 seconds, wasn't it? It was very, very sweaty work out there as the heat starts to come down here in Spain. So you just saw, just in that shot there, the aid station. Athletes actually having to take the water or take all their nutrition if they want it at the aid station with their left hand on this course, which is quite unusual. So you'd imagine that some of those athletes are find that easier than others. But as we get eyes there on Hayden Wilde, I'm sure if you've been reading some of the triathlon websites over the last couple of weeks, you might well have heard about the controversy concerning the shoes that he was wearing when he won the French Riviera T100 a couple of weeks ago. And if not, well, we've got a bit of information for you. So pay attention, because there's quite a lot of detail. Now, T100 races all come under the rules of World Triathlon, and as far as permissible footwear is concerned, World Triathlon follow the same regulations as World Athletics. And the shoes Hayden was wearing in France were allowed in London as they were known as a development shoe. But a shoe has a stand-down period where they go from being a development shoe to becoming fully approved. And the Frejus race fell right in that stand-down period, so Hayden should not have worn them in the race. Hayden admitted his mistake, of course, online, and received an email from the shoe company stating they shouldn't be worn in the race, but by his own admission, didn't pay enough attention to it. And under World Triathlon rules, any protests that must be lodged within a set time frame must be done as a field of play protest, and protests can't be lodged after the event. So there's no scope really within World Triathlon rules to retrospectively penalise or disqualify Hayden. However, you might have seen that Hayden has offered to disqualify himself, which is unprecedented in triathlon, and as such there is no framework in place to deal with such an offer. So World Triathlon are working through the scenarios with their relevant committees, and an outcome is expected imminently. So I think you're up to date. Watch this space. I'm sure it's not the end we're going to hear from it for the time being. But in the meantime, let's hear from the man himself. Earlier in the week, he spoke about his blossoming rivalry with Jelle Geens and his move from the Olympic distance to the T100 this year.
Yeah, no, it's been like a nice change for me, especially coming from like the shorter distance. I'm really enjoying this, the T100 distance, and yeah, I think it suits me quite well. I feel when you are doing like maybe 30-40 minutes less than a normal generic half, I think the 100k distance is, you kind of get the best of both worlds. You need a good engine, but I can't just go and run at a long run pace and hope that Jelle doesn't catch me as well. Like I still have to apply, a bit of intensity, because I know he's running anything between 3:05 to 3:10 pace for 95% of the race, and that means if I've only got 40 seconds up the road, I still have to run at least 3:10s up the road. So yeah, it's always in the back of your mind that you got to stay focused, but you've also got to stay as relaxed as possible. And it's great to have a guy like Jelle race and keep me honest on the run. And he's beaten me before, and I look forward to hopefully go to the Waugh in the next few races.
Yeah, it's emerging as a brilliant rivalry this season. It's been I think between Hayden Wilde and Jelle Geens, it's been fantastic to watch them on the run. I think we're yet to get a really close battle to the finish, and I'm sort of hoping we get it today, Emma. I don't know if we will, but they're pretty evenly matched. Hayden so far has the upper hand on Jelle, but we've heard Jelle say just how much he wants to beat Hayden, haven't we?
He really does seem like he's had enough. As much as it's a friendly rivalry, I think sometimes that little bit of dare I say, aggression and frustration that, you know, what do I need to do to beat him? I would love to see a head-to-head foot race between these guys, particularly on this course. You've had Hayden racing in a variety of distances as well, the day after Frejus in the WTCS, also a full distance just last Sunday, so 6 days. So it'll be, yeah, I'm also quite curious to see, you know, someone like Hayden, you know, racing more than Jelle, who's completely focused on the T100 this season. Hayden will attest to doing the same, but also throwing himself into a number of other races. So whether or not at some point that does become a bit of sting in the legs, it doesn't appear to be. I mean, Hayden still ran incredibly fast last weekend for his 10K. And I really believe that Jelle has got it in him as well. I think he is just trying to take that opportune moment to get off the bike with him and get onto the run and really put a head-to-head. Like, that would be the most incredible and exciting foot race I think we could see so far in the season, as much as it's been incredible to watch Hayden come back from what he has and win the way he has in the fashion he has. But I reckon it's time to have a bit of a ding-dong battle on the run.
Love that, a ding-dong. It's an Aussie phrase. So what's happened here?
Oh dear, this looks like Rico. Oh, his
looks like the chain's
dropped.
gone.
Oh.
So it goes from bad to worse for Rico Bogan here. He's already had a penalty for drafting, and a drop chain is not what you want in addition to that.
Oh, that is so frustrating, this guy.
I think he's got it on. I was going to say, because he's
an incredibly frustrating place to have it as well. So he would have just been switching gears a little bit, as, I mean, this is just like an ever so slight rise. This is just a ramp to cross over the highway. So it's nothing crazy, but it's probably one of the few places in this out and back, the out and back loops, I should say, that he's had to change, and it appears that, you know, that it's come off the front there, and that is just infuriating for someone that is such a great rider to having to be stopping and starting like that.
Yeah, because I was going to say, he'd made his way up to Hayden Wilde. When we saw him just then, he'd obviously put in a huge amount of effort to get there. So he's now got to do that all again, which must be so frustrating. If there was any danger of him having anything left in the legs, he's certainly going to be expending an awful lot of energy on the bike to be in with a shout. But yeah, tough race so far for Rico Bogan.
Jelle there looked calm and control. I saw him before the race. He looked really calm and you know, like that sort of good nervous. You can always see an athlete where there's sort of the tension or pressure sometimes gets to them, and they look a little almost worried. Whereas, you know, Jelle had he looked really calm and a nice smile, and he looked like he's ready to race. And I often think that's you know, sometimes the danger zone, like in the sense of, like, for other athletes, it's nice to see when they're sort of like, well, you know, I'm here now, there's nothing else I can do. You know, when you survey the start line or the holding area of athletes, you can often see, you know, the ones that are able to harness that nervous energy to their advantage and realize that, you know, race day's here and it's about now and what's in front of me, rather than worrying about what's happened and what's maybe not gone right in the lead up or injuries. And I have to say, Jelle looked great. He's always pretty composed, though. He's been in this area for some time, and with his family, you know, after moving to Australia with his wife and back to the Gold Coast, and changing training and to come back and base himself here, he seems to have found a really nice rhythm for the year for himself, and able to keep his, you know, his family and his hub, and also have the beauty of his parents coming to visit and be around. So I really feel like, you know, he's in an exceptional place, in a great place, and you know, more often than not, a happy athlete is a fast athlete.
Well, let's hear from him, shall we? Currently sits at the top of the race to Qatar. Let's hear from him on who he thinks are his main threats going forward.
I think
yeah, in this series it's not gonna just be Hayden and me. I think the guys behind, also like Marta, for example, they're there to take that first or second spot as well. So yeah, it's a hard field. Every race is another battle, not just for the win, but also just for the podium. And I've been really focused and invest on the T100 series, so it's a bit easier to motivate yourself to go to the well when you don't do it every week, I guess, and you know you can take some easy days after and build up to the next race again, both mentally and physically. Well, we have tried some different type of training leading into this race. We've done a bit more speed and the run mainly, to trying to get me to run a little bit faster. Because I feel like my swim and my bike was really good in Fréjus, but I feel like my run I can probably be a bit quicker still. So I think it's a wise decision to go for a big training block.
Scary that he thinks his run can get quicker. The other line that I picked up there, Emma, was that because he's committed to the T100 this year and the sort of the spacing out of the races, he says he's able to go to the well. He's able to really expend a lot of energy in these races because he knows that he's got a good amount of time to recover between them.
Yeah, I mean, executing a yearly plan is wonderful. It's ideal, and he seems to be doing that. Well, dare I say, to the T. He can, and athletes, really need to know when they need to peak and when they need to go exactly to the places that extend them that bit further on race day. Like we mentioned with Hayden, able to race sort of week in, week out. I believe that's where Jelle's strength is, committing to this series and saying, this is the calendar, this is the days in which I pull back, as he said, mentally, emotionally, physically, in which he can regather himself in order to really go again and mid-season look at his run and say, I've got some work I can do on it and I can get faster.
So you can see them side by side, 1 and 2 in the race to Qatar. And Hayden just a little bit quicker so far, his average speeds. Interestingly, Hayden looks like he's picked up a T100 bottle there. So I wonder if he's maybe lost some nutrition. You wouldn't think he would have got through it all in 30k, would you?
Well, you can see in his bike frame, and we saw that when we mentioned in transition that someone had lost a bottle. It did appear like it was one of those aero bottles that was on the floor, and Hayden is missing his from his frame. So he would have been able to pick that up, as you mentioned, at the U-turn. Apparently the slowest part of the course, if there is a slow part for any of these guys. I thought a tricky place, but where isn't a tricky place trying to get a bottle whilst riding with sweaty hands? So the fact that he's got it is good news. These athletes rely so much on their nutrition. I think it's been such a huge game changer for our sport and athletic performance all around. So it's imperative that he picks that up and can continue to make sure that he's refueling himself in the way he knows he needs to in order to execute his best race.
Okay, so a little glimpse there into the groups that we've got so far here in the men's race. Algeria, Wilde and Moreno, 1, 2 and 3. Then a 6-second gap to Sam Dickinson. Jonas Schomburg behind him. Jelle Geens in that sort of 36-second gap. And then that larger group, Rico Bogan, Yuri Kulin, Gregory Barnaby and Vincent Louis, all behind them. So about a minute separating the top 10 as things stand. Not to just go back to the nutrition conversation, Emma. Not to make you feel old in any way. Do you want to tell me about the nutrition you had at the start of your career versus what it is now?
Yes, it has evolved dramatically. Sometimes traveling around the world and having to carry your own things around and not maybe finding the nutrition you're accustomed to. I'm going to have to say that I actually did go with the odd Mars bar, and I shouldn't say odd, but actually always. It was a tried and tested. It was not anything that I ever practiced training with, not like these athletes are doing now, where every session and every pre-session and recovery. I was very meticulous about my nutrition in and around outside of training. But when it came to actually racing, and given it's not a long distance event, but more or less a 2-hour race, I always felt it was a safer bet to stick with something that you knew, and a Mars bar was something that I was known for, even just taping on with a bit of tape to my handlebars.
So not long to go until the women's race gets underway. In around 5 minutes' time, we'll be heading out onto the De Boer swim course. But the men at the moment reaching the halfway point on their bike leg, of course, before they'll make their way into the transition zone, lace up their running shoes and do the 18 kilometers to the finish.
Who's holding strong right now is our best placed German in just, 6 days ago, racing in Nice, Jonas Schomburg. I mean, you'd have to think he's feeling tired. You'd have to think he has a little bit of delayed energy reserves that he would be looking to, try and shake out in this sort of race. But I'm impressed in where he is right now. I know it's, relatively early in the race, let's say, but what a fantastic race for that athlete. A best placed German in Nice in the World Championships, and to be lining up 6 days later is, I have to say, that's a pretty good feat.
Yeah, we should say it's full distance as well that he did 6 days ago. So, I mean, when do you think your body would start to feel the effects of that? My body would start to feel the effects of it for about a month afterwards. But for these athletes, when do you think he'll start to feel it in the race?
I wish I could speak from experience, but I have no idea. No, I think with these long distance races, and it's something. The more you do of them, obviously the quicker you're recovering, but I think it's that delayed fatigue after those long sessions that doesn't really enable you to get that turn of speed when you need it. So I think if anything, we might see him not able to necessarily keep up in a foot race, but 6 days, I think it's enough time where you really do feel the effects. We've only really seen that happen, I think, if I'm correct, before with Martin van Riel earlier in the year, where he competed in South Africa and then came away with a second in Singapore, if I'm not mistaken. So, these athletes are used to these huge training days, maybe not the intensity of race days. So who knows? It could just be something that's, put a bit of a feather in his cap and said, I'm here now. I've got the race start, and I really got to maybe not listen to what the body's got to say today. I've got to go out and give it another go.
I just think it's so impressive. I really can't quite imagine doing that. I did my first T100 this year, and I think it took me a good couple of weeks to start to feel normal again, to be able to walk properly. But yeah, these guys are superhuman athletes. So the men's race, as I mentioned, getting towards the halfway mark. We're going to turn our attention to the women's race, which is going to get underway here very soon. And in it, we've got 3 athletes, all winners this year. You can all but guarantee are going to be a factor come the final few kilometres here in Oropesa del Mar in Spain.
5 races, 5 different winners. Chaos atop the mountain. In the fight for the championship, no one's in control.
Our level in T100 racing this year has gone up.
Now, 3 of the best step up, desperate to break away from the pack. Lucy Charles-Barclay, a world-class force with a point to prove.
Here goes Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Our T100 London champion.
Ashleigh Gentle, the once queen of the 100K, fighting to take back her crown.
Ash Gentle, you are back to winning ways.
And Kate Waugh, the fearless newcomer, ready to spoil the party.
Kate Waugh wins the T100 here in Singapore.
The field is fierce. The margin is razor thin. One win could change everything. no room for error. This could be where the pack breaks.
Okay, so not long to go until the start. Let's head down to the De Boer swim start course.
Wearing number 47 from Spain, Sara Pérez Sola. Wearing number 55 from Great Britain, Jessica Learmond. Wearing number 52 from Australia, Ashleigh Gentle. Wearing number 51 from Great Britain, Kate Waugh. And wearing number 53 from Great Britain, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
So the women's race underway here in Spain. And Emma, we saw, didn't we, a lot of the women looking at what was happening in the men's race. They will, of course, done the same swim familiarization as the men yesterday, but I wonder if they picked up any pointers or saw a pattern emerge of how the men were racing earlier.
I'm going to claim it. The Aussie, Ash, she nailed it. I mean, she had the hips moving really wide, the knees really moving wide. You could really see the difference in technique if, someone like Lucy Charles, an incredible athlete, incredible swimmer, but look where Ash is compared to Lucy, just out of getting and taking those first few strokes out of the water. Jess Learmonth as well, done plenty of training on the Gold Coast with the open water training. Phil Clayton is as a renowned swim expert and really drills into these athletes who are doing beach starts, swim boys. He has helped turn around the likes of Alex Yees swimming, and really just shows these small details, these small parts of the race are little areas in which you don't think about all that often, but when the opportunity in a race presents itself like this, I have to say Ash was just masterclass. And I guess somewhat we know what we somewhat are taught and grown up with it, but it was very evident how she could master that. Didn't really need to porpoise dive quite as much as the other athletes did. And her and Josh were talking about it last night, that it was kind of deceptive, that it was shallow and then there were a few dips. So she seemed to have had that in her head really well. It looks like it would appear though that is Lucy coming around on your left of screen in the white cap. So we know she's a world-class swimmer, though I just had to say that Ash, she looks great. I'm not going to deny it.
You're very welcome to do exactly that. I think when you've got the sort of swimming prowess that Lucy Charles-Barclay does, and also Jessica Learmonth there in the orange cap as well, Kate Waugh, I think, in the red there. when you've got the sort of ability that they do in the water, I guess those exits bring all the pack together, but eventually, with how quick they are in the water, they're going to be able to get to the front.
When you get to race these girls, you know, as much as they do, as often as they do, they all understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. You know, Ash, for example, is well aware of Lucy's swim, knows that to keep us in close contention as possible to her in the water is the most favourable position to be. So yes, utilise what you know, what you have up your sleeve, what's to your advantage, and I think she's, like I said, she's got this sort of almost calmness about her again that I don't know if we've seen yet. You know, this sort of, it's not content, it's a calm collectedness is probably the best way I can say it, where she feels, you know, her Achilles is also settled down a little bit. She's, you know, there's so much to be said to just doing all your training pain-free, regardless of how tiny or minute something might be. And for her, she needs just to execute a really smart, controlled race.
Yep, that's for sure what she'll be trying to do. Conditions look really quite lovely out there, don't they, Emma? I mean, but barely any sort of movement in the water. This is perfect swimming conditions.
It looks glassier than it did for the men's start just a little over an hour ago. I mean, there's barely a ripple in the sense of sort of any wind. You can see there are some sort of like lulls of waves, but nothing major. It's certainly, you know, the most idealistic open water swimming conditions, non-wetsuit, perfect temperatures, clarity, no sun in your eyes. I think these athletes are very appreciative of days when the weather gods are playing along with you.
Yeah, even in France a few weeks ago, it was pretty choppy, wasn't it? And this is, like you say, these are sort of perfect conditions, the kind of conditions you dream of, really, if you're a good swimmer and you want to be out in front like Lucy Charles-Barclay is right now of this women's race. And they're sort of in this quite narrow line, aren't they, really? I mean, Lucy at the front, Jess just behind, and Kate behind them. We've spoken about it before, but the effect of being behind another athlete in front of you just lightens that load a little bit more, doesn't it?
Oh, there's so much to be said about, you know, water swimming, positioning in the water. Some would argue that it's, you know, being on the hip is one place, being on the feet is another. I mean, if you're fortunate enough to ever be in the place of having your own water, great, it's amazing, you know. Picking your own line, sometimes it pays off, you know, not sticking with the group if you feel that, you know, the leaders are maybe deterring, or you know that the current at this point in the course might just pull you a little bit over and get you that gain to get a straighter line. You know, they're all commitments you have to sort of make to yourself and mid-race, but I mean, Lucy's doing it incredibly easy to do a few beautiful backstrokes.
Yeah, wow.
I was going to note how, I mean, she's barely even got a two-beat kick going there. Like, she's gliding through the water. I think she looks phenomenal, as we know, in the water. But as it is right now, I mean, that's perfect. Just to know that there's feet in front of you, still having enough water, not fighting anyone on your shoulder. Perfect place to be in under these circumstances.
So, as the women's race continues, Rico Bogan is making his way through the field again. We've said that a few times today. He's had a drafting penalty, he's had a dropped chain, but he's still very much a factor in this race, and he's continuing to move through. That's Hayden Wilde. You can see there that he's overtaking as well. So he's now found himself in second place, and I'm sure he'll be hoping and praying, Emma, that there's no more issues for him across this course.
His composure is what's, like, I think, giving me the most, you know, I feel like the most confident about in watching him just on screen, is that given, you know, the two circumstances of a penalty and a drop chain, he's continuing to power his way through this bike course as we would expect. Maybe we would have expected him to be off the front if those things hadn't happened. But I think he's gaining belief in himself, you know, with each race, with every season. not, like I mentioned, not mistakes that he makes in racing, but just areas in which he knows he needs to continue to work upon and harness on, and that starts building a bit of a self-belief also for these athletes. So we expected him to be motoring on this bike course, and I think getting back up to the pointy end without having destroyed himself to a point where he's got nothing left in the run is something that also with wisdom and knowing what the foot race may have in store for him, he has to be able to adapt. We often say as athletes that you kind of have to have maybe plan A, B, C up your sleeve. Best case scenario, things aren't going great, is plan B and plan C, but you can't be in plan C wishing and hoping that plan A was going ahead. It's a matter of just being able to almost turn that page. What does the playbook say right now? And what do I need to do to move back closer into being where I want plan A to be executed from?
You might be in plan E or or F by this point. That's Mathis Marjurier just at the front there of the men's race. So he's still out in the lead. Rico Bogan in second and Hayden Wilde in third. And they're just over halfway, probably just tipped over the halfway point now in the men's race. So as the men's race continues, we've still got this first lap of the De Boer swim course here for the women. I think we're just a little bit further down in the field here. I don't think this is those at the front. I imagine... Oh, this is the lead. Beg your pardon. So Lucy Charles-Barclay... I'm just trying to work out where Lucy's gone. Unless she's lost a swim cap.
I would imagine...
No, there we go. They are. I was going to say, something's gone very wrong for Lucy.
The colours and suits were throwing me off as well.
Yeah, I thought... We can't have lost Jess, we can't have lost Kate and Lucy all at once. But there they go, just past that yellow sighting buoy. Attention starts to turn to getting out of the water. And I guess Ash will have another chance to show us, Emma, won't she, her amazing Aussie skills at getting out the water nice and quickly.
Might have nice entry and exit, but these four girls at the front are swimming beautifully. Like, I don't feel like the pace is incredibly fast, like they're not necessarily pushing it to their full limit right now. I think that's why both Lucy and Jess at times have had a look over their shoulder to see who's with them and realizing that they might not need to put as much pressure on the swim as they might think at different times. So I mean, it's a nice little group of four there with Kate Woff on the back. And that is also, as we would have also expected, Sarah Perez-Sala. So also nice that she's got some, probably some people around her, home crowd. But yeah, coming from a swimming background, we would have more than anticipated seeing her up the front with these girls.
Yeah, she represented Spain in Athens at the Olympics in relay and breaststroke. Transition to triathlon, quite a different proposition, you would probably say, doing a freestyle like this, but yeah, certainly making the most of all of her talent in the water, able to stick with the very best athletes here on the T100 right at the very front here on this swim. So that is the beach, of course, that they're going to be getting out on. They will have, I'm sure, tried to sight and tried to learn when the water starts to get shallow and when to start to put your feet down to begin the porpoising. Is porpoising something you practice?
100% it's something you practice. If you are fortunate to have a shallow enough pool, it's something we did many sessions as young athletes in particular. If you've got availability in a dam, but yeah, at the beach, it's something that is very much honed into, I think, Australian culture, where so many of our races are in the ocean and a beach start. So it's advantageous to practice that part of it and porpoising. And we'd often train alongside what we call surf lifesaving Ironman, a professional career, and try and take as many tips as we could from them. But yeah, very, very important part of our training and growing up in Australia.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay, I was going to say she does start to do her walk, but...
And that's where it's sort of, you can see that it's almost like what we would have said, like a little bit of a sandbank, then a little bit of a dip, and another bit of a sandbank again as they run out of the water. But Lucy doesn't look all that stressed, if I'm honest. She looks really quite calm and just able to keep a nice, comfortable pace.
Yeah, good cheers on the beach there for Sarah Perez-Sala, Spanish athlete in Spain. Good to get some home support. So the next few athletes doing their porpoising and getting their way onto the beach. We'll start to work out exactly the order of things.
I think that would have been Hannah Berry from New Zealand. She's been out here training for a little bit prior to this event, so again also someone that would be very familiar with ocean swims. Also alongside Lucy, the only one in 3 weeks lining up for a world title, so really interesting to see where she's at. She's had some great consistent results on the T100 this year, and I think, you know, coming out and getting used to the time zone and also having the ability to prepare in the heat is really advantageous. So nice to see her, you know, coming around leading that second chase group.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay in the lead, Kate Waugh in second, Jessica Learmonth in third. That's an all-British top three as things stand. Sarah Perez-Sala in fourth, Hannah Berry in fifth, Caroline Pohl in sixth, Bianca Bogan, first time we get to mention her today, making her T100 debut. Sister of Rico Bogan, so I wonder if she'll see him at any point on the course. She'll certainly be at the finish line. Sorry, he'll certainly be at the finish line, I'm sure, cheering her on.
I'm not sure if that or the fact she has two very young children and come away with a 70.3 win only a few weeks ago as well. I think it's incredible to be lining up and given the opportunity to race these girls. So I'm sure she probably would be, you know, appreciating this right now. And yeah, what a unique set of circumstances to have your brother out on course racing at the same time.
Yeah, you imagine she's kept pretty busy over this weekend. So we're going to head back to the men's course just while the women are on their second lap. And this is Rico Bogan overtaking Hayden Wilde. They must have switched places again. So that's Rico Bogan back into second place now, with Mathis Marjurier still out in front. And this constant changing of the lead, Emma, that we're seeing, I guess no one athlete has really gone off into the distance. So will there be sort of a conscious decision to try and share the lead a bit, to try and set the pace?
I think given the dynamic of what we've seen with Rico having the penalty, the drop chain, and Hayden, capitalising on the fact that he's had to make his way back up through the rest of the field. And just as we came to this shot, you could see that Hayden had to just had to freewheel for just a split second there, because you could see that the race ranger had gone off, and so he's well aware that Rico's had to expend enough to get out there to get to that point, and Hayden's probably happy to now sit back for a minute, just let the race now settle into its own, but also take advantage knowing that Rico's there. He's at the pointy end of the race, both where they want to be. Can I be taken along with it? Do I take anything out of Jelle at this point in time as well?
Yeah, and just looking at the timing splits there, you see Mathis Marjurier 40 seconds out in the lead. If we want to start to turn our attention to the Jelle Geens and Hayden Wilde battle, they're right next to each other. There's not much distance between them, not much time between them, which is kind of setting up this run exactly as we want, right? We want them both to come off the bike at pretty much the same point, and then it's a battle to the finish.
It would be amazing. I think it's what we all kind of have hoped for. Like when the races in which Hayden has come back onto the T100 circuit, we haven't quite seen that yet. We saw the fantastic battle in London between the girls, And it makes for such incredible and exciting racing, as much as we know the capabilities of both of them. Who doesn't want to see a head-to-head at the very pointy end of the race?
And that's actually a really good shot there. That's Sam Dickinson, who's currently sitting in 7th position. And you can see just how tight all of those athletes are in front of him. This is a tight pack, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, they're as close and as bunched together as they're legally allowed to be, and they're all very aware, and obviously now visually with Race Ranger are able to see, not guess, whether or not they're in the limits or not. And it's something that they have to play, and realizing, as you just saw with Sam, really having to just pull out of line, let's say, to soft pedal that part, because the guys in front have accelerated. It's a bit like a turn, everybody's coming, depending on where you are at the pack, the front guy is basically dictating the speed, and that then concertina's back, and the further back in the field, the more you have to actually adapt and change your own speed and pace. So to be in control, lead into the turns, lead into any, U-turns as well, is opportune. But for someone like Sam, who's wanting to keep contact in the race, he's got to play it smart, making sure that he's not running into trouble, but he's also not essentially dictating his own pace on the bike, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. He's at the mercy, isn't he, of those in front of him. And Sam is obviously a very good runner. We saw that in France. But you would fancy, certainly out of that group, Hayden, Wilde and Jelle Geens, some of our quickest runners on the T100. Certainly be the biggest factor come that part of the race.
But I think we shouldn't discount our leader right now. I mean, I said at the beginning, he's sort of, just somewhat cool, calm and collected, been in every race, and he seems to be doing that the same at the front of the race, not really, I mean, he's putting himself out there in the respect that he's leading, but he's seemingly to really just riding his own race, and whatever is unfolding behind him, he's just letting happen. So I'm excited to see where he also comes out if this is a foot race.
So Mathis Margirier still out in front of the men's race. Well, that gap has actually come down now at the last checkpoint. 35 seconds ahead of Rico Bogan and Hayden Wilde. So we'll turn our attention back to the women's race, nearing the end of their second 1 kilometre lap. Just at the furthest point in the course there by those red buoys. You see the yellow sighting buoy, which they'll stay to the right of, and then they'll make their way onto the beach.
I have to say that is an incredibly sized gap. That is strung out quite a lot more than probably what I was expecting. But that, to get a time check, especially back to Ash, so 54 seconds after the first lap. I mean, I think we don't really want to see her losing too much more time, even though we know the strength of the girls. Though that is some very clear water, and maybe they're just making that swim just look far more effortless than I'm giving it credit to. And the two beat kick of these athletes is just something that they comfortably swim very fast.
Well, they will have, Lucy and Kate, who obviously weren't with us in France, will have noticed what Ash did, and obviously got back to winning ways and looked very much like back to sort of her old self, as it were. So the way of beating Ash, I guess, for those guys is to draw out this lead in the swim, and then obviously they're brilliant on the bike as well. They just want to get a lead so much, I guess, that it means Ash can't compete with them on the run. That will be what they want, right?
In saying that, I mean, Lucy in her own right is also an incredible runner. I think when we see a super fit Lucy, she doesn't have a chink in her armour. I mean, we talk about her capabilities as a swim biker, but in actual fact, she is an incredible all-round triathlete, and injury-free, healthy, buoyed by knowing, you know, that she can do this distance. Not that she, I think, questioned herself, but London just seemed like such an emotional relief that she had sort of cracked the code of this distance, as much as she's, you know, harnessed herself in other distances prior. But I think, you know, Lucy is a fantastic runner in her own right, and to have probably more like the likes of someone like Kate by her is more where, you know, the interesting dynamic might come, rather than Ash, you know, chasing from behind.
Yeah, we've seen her do it so many times, haven't we, to get her T100 wins. Phenomenal runner, Ash Gentle, and as you mentioned earlier, she's had issues with her Achilles, but is now back running, is able to do some proper sessions. So watch out for her come the latter stages of this race. So good to see Lucy back on the start line. We haven't seen her since her win in London. She actually spoke a little bit about that sort of emotional fatigue that comes with winning a race, and obviously it was her first T100 win. Can you understand what she means by emotional fatigue after winning?
I think athletes, like as an athlete, you put your heart and soul. It's not just physical energy, the day in, day out training, and there becomes, you know, a sense of expectation of what's around outside of you, but there's no greater expectation for an athlete than what they have on themselves. And you know, the training, when you're putting all the work in and you're not cracking that distance, it's something that somewhat just eats away at you, and that relief is initially elation, I think, in the sense that you're so happy that you finally did it, but what often comes with that is this sort of letting go and this feeling of, oh my gosh, like I've actually done it, I've cracked it, and this somewhat lull in energy. And she really recognized that after London. You know, she was so excited to be racing in the front of a home crowd, to actually win in front of them, to have all the people she wanted around them. But what comes with that after is not just the fatigue of the race, it's just that letdown of emotional energy, where if you're really smart, and I think at this point in her career she's realized that and known that it's not something to actually fight through, because physical energy can come and go, but emotional energy is really hard to rebuild. And coming into, you know, the second half of the season, she is probably seeing that I can continue to race T100 and capitalize on the rest of the season. I can show up for a world championship. But in order to do that, I need to regather myself mentally, emotionally, in order for me to take myself to those places again.
Yeah, and of course, DNFing last year as well. All those factors, I'm sure, can't have helped. So really good to see Lucy back, a T100 winner. You do wonder what that will do for her confidence going forward in these races. Someone who's won on the T100, she's going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think. But there she is, making her way out of the water. All of these four athletes pretty much out of sight of the rest of the field so far. We're going to start to get an understanding of the timing gap. But for the time being, they might have a look over their shoulder and realise just how far out in front they are.
You know what's interesting to note, that all three have, you know, a full tri-suit or sim skin, and yet Sarah Perez-Sala is still racing in what I would call old school swimsuit. So it goes to show you to the testament of actually how good a swimmer she is as well. I mean, these suits do all add advantage in the water as well as on the bike and aerodynamics, but I tell you what, making the most of any home crowd that she's got here coming into transition. But yeah, it's you don't often see what I would say what we used to racing, what was the once normal. Yeah,
technology's certainly moving on, but maybe the old ways are the best ways when it comes to dry suits. I don't know. We'll see. So Lucy Charles-Barclay just clipping up her helmet. Jess Lim nice and quick out of transition there. Kate Waugh with that white helmet. And all four of them away. So that's the red dismount line. As we saw in the men's race, this is a technical, narrow part of the course that they'll make their way onto. This little kilometre link lap, essentially, to go onto the 6 laps, which they'll be racing. So as they make their way onto the course, we've now got eyes on the chasing pack. And that right there, that's Caroline Pohl. Yeah.
I feel like Cara's definitely having a better half of the year. She's sort of been, I feel like, sidelined with a number of, small things, like, which all tend to build up for any athlete. So it's nice to see her back, but she's she did have a great win actually in the end, in probably one of the closest sprint finishes we've had in a 70.3 not long ago. So in contention to have, I think, a great race, but also a great second half of the season.
Yeah, it's a long season, isn't it? Just because the opening or the top part of the season is tough doesn't mean that's going to dictate your results for the rest of the year. Someone who knows probably about that is Ash Gentle, given the difficulties she has had this season compared to last year. But she's got a bike, she's got a helmet on, and she's going to get out onto this bike course. So compared with the men's race, of course, here we've got much bigger gaps. Certainly the opening stages, where you'd assume we're not going to perhaps see as many drafting penalties as we did in the men's race. Both Carl Smith and Rico Bogan being made to pause. But Lucy Charles-Barclay just rounding that corner, getting some support from the local crowd. And this is Hayden Wilde. Back in the men's race. Couple of laps left to go. Mathis Margerier still out in front. But that gap has remained around. Gonna say, yeah, sorry, just as I was about to say that, it changed. So the gap has come down quite significantly, and I wonder what happened to Mathis Margerier. Hearing he might have had a bit of cramping. We might be able to get a look at that. But for the time being, Hayden Wilde is in front now, which is exactly where he wants to be. Just behind Moreno, I think, of Spain. So this is Mathis Margerier, this is earlier, and that's looks like Emerson cramping.
That is unfortunate, very unusual for this stage of the race. I mean, typically we see this occur maybe in really hot races towards the end of the run. So yeah, unusual. I wouldn't necessarily think that it's something that he's gone out too hard. I could be wrong. But yeah, very unusual actually. So to see him, a very renowned, strong rider. So hopefully we'll be able to shed some light on what's occurred there.
Do you think that could be the heat, impacted by the heat?
Yeah, of course. I think this is something that all the athletes contend with. That heat is a factor in their racing, and salt and all the nutrition and what they need to do and take in. It didn't appear like he's lost any nutrition, but it also seemed to occur in quite a short space of time from when we saw him at the other end, in which the athletes are now heading back to for the turnaround back closer to the sea in which they started. So yeah, it can be a matter of that. It can just be a matter of just, yeah, sometimes bad luck. The body has its day.
Should probably have a mention there of Guillermo Montiel Moreno of Spain, who's right at the front of this race. 26-year-old, as I mentioned, from Spain. He's won 3 times this year across middle distance races. Not in the sort of calibre of field that we're seeing here, but what an opportunity for him to race with this calibre of athletes.
Well, when athletes, have this chance, I always say in your home country, like there's just no greater privilege when you are able to race around the world in amazing locations and places, but somewhat isolated from a lot of your support people and team and family or friends that you know, are privy to watching you now on TV, but are not actually able to be there in person. So to have, you know, people around you, it does sort of bring you back to, you know, almost your roots of how you started. You know, all of us start, you know, competing locally, and not to say it's a matter of localism and having that, but just, you know, having that greater community around you. And you know, we know the Spanish triathlon community has just been exceptional throughout the whole history of triathlon. So having a Spanish athlete race in the men and women like this is, you know, they're going to be out there to cheer them on, and you know, hope to see that they work their way up through the rest of the rankings and put the world, you know, back on top again.
Might be a good opportunity, Emma, just to ask you about the heat. And obviously we saw what happened with Matisse there and the cramping, which may or may not be to do with the heat. But in a race like this, I mean, the clouds have actually sort of just come over, haven't they, a little bit at the moment. It's really, really warm out there. What are the sort of strategies that you take as an athlete in dealing with these conditions? A
lot of these athletes would have been aware of what was going to be presented. Some may have done pre-calling before the race. And it's like you said, it's deceptive. I mean, at some points on the bike, they are in, you know, there's no cloud cover. In front of us, there's a bit. So you've got this combination of, you know, the heat and humidity and the blaring sun. So a lot of them taking in salts, not just you know, the carbohydrates. It could be that the bottle that Matthias had dropped a bottle. We did not see if that had occurred, but you can only try and take in and control what you can control, and unfortunately there are days where, as we like to say, you know, some things just happen not the way that you'd planned out for them to happen. And I really hope that it's a temporary thing, because he's in a great place in the overall standings.
So that's Jonas Schomburg, who we've already mentioned raced a full distance just 6 days ago. Really quite impressive that he's in this position. And he's, interestingly, across the season, he's raced all sorts of distances, you know, from Olympic all the way through to obviously T100 to full. I just wonder how difficult that must be as an athlete to try and coordinate your year to be able to actually be effective and challenge in those distances.
I would have said previously, maybe a generation ago, it's not something we really saw. I think, you know, a big disruptor to that was Christian Blumenfeld, that really showed us that competing across a variety of distances was possible, and elevating his training to new ways and new levels is something that all these athletes, I'm sure, have looked at, and coaches have been able to adapt. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can execute them all particularly well, because you're dealing with a lot, very different energy systems, you know, from going from the long endurance or strength endurance to the shorter, sharper races, some of them even so much so in these really short Super League style races, which, you know, personally, I found absolutely incredible and phenomenal, but it's a testament to the athletes and the way they continue to harness and push their bodies in different ways over all the variety of events that are available to them.
So, just back with the back of the field in the men's race, you can see Jessica Learmonth and Kate Woff there overtaking him. It looks like he's got an issue. Looks like he's got something perhaps not right. He's slowing down. I wonder what the issue is.
I just think maybe he's being a gentleman and letting the women pass, and rightly so. You're having a bad day. It's a lap course. We knew this might happen. It's unfortunate, like I mentioned, to see Kyle having a bad day and a bit of a rough time. Though these girls are at the front of the race, and it's important that he, you know, clears a path and creates a way for them to be able to continue to execute their best day out there.
So Jelle Geens making his way around the roundabout. But let's go back to the women's race, as the men don't have long to go at all left on the bike. And this is Lucy Charles-Barclay. She said, Emma, that she feels fitter, she feels stronger, she feels like the best version of herself right now. And I also love the fact that she's just chosen to race a lot because she's fit, she's healthy, and that seems to be the way she wants to do it.
Lucy's been very, public about her health and where she's been, and I think that's really good for athletes to recognise and to see that, even the best of the best have their moments and their times where things aren't going right. Like I mentioned with Kyle earlier, dealing with gut issues, dealing with your immune system, it is just absolutely vital to the overall health of everyone. But as an athlete, able to get the most out of yourself in, day out with training, and I think she's just really been able to sort that out to the best of her ability, and she's come through the other side and realizing that, when everything is going well, hey, I want to put myself on the start line. Like, I am fit, I am healthy, I love racing, I love competition, and I think I said it already, a happy athlete's a fast athlete, and it's Lucy, I think, is right now the epitome of that in this women's field.
Showing us a really nice close-up shot there of how to take a gel while also riding in the TT position. I'm sure it's a very interesting technique, but yeah, it's in, and that's important. Nutrition, obviously, very key. She's been, Emma, at what she's called a championship season camp in Lanzarote to really propel her into this second half of the season. What's the sort of thinking behind doing it all in one sort of big block?
I don't necessarily think this race was actually part of her plan. Lanzarote's always been a place where she's gone to train. It served her exceptionally well, the heat training. It's a place where she feels happy and comfortable getting the work done, leading into Kona with very similar conditions. And I honestly think, if you'd asked her earlier in the year, this probably wasn't in her plan. Though we've seen that coming off London, executing that race, having the wisdom to sort of step back, realising she needed to regather herself. I've got the second half of the season. It's jam-packed, but my body's in a place and my mind's in a place that it's capable of doing it. Why wouldn't I? And I think good on her. I take my hat off. I don't think in previous years we would have seen this sort of Lucy. And I wouldn't even say taking chances. I would just say taking the ability and the opportunity while everything's going well. And it would be well thought out and well planned that this is a great opportunity for her to sharpen, her sword come 3 weeks for a world title where she's excelled before.
Well, let's hear from her, shall we? Here she is reflecting on that win in London.
I think London was such a special day. I think everyone near and far saw the emotion on the finish line. It definitely meant so much to get that first T100 win, but also to do it on home soil, and it felt like a real turn of events from not finishing in 2024 to being able to win the race in 2025. So it really feels like this year's been so much more positive than last year, and I felt like that all came together as I crossed that finish line and the emotion just poured out, and to be able to enjoy that with my friends, my family and all the fans that were there was just such a special day. Yeah, I think it's been a culmination of so many different things, that obviously being able to get on the podium but not quite getting the win, and then having health struggles, injuries, so many things happening over the last couple of years that the doubts definitely do creep in, and obviously there's voices on the outside that you're trying to ignore as well. So I think for me, I did the right thing to just keep trusting the process, keep doing the training and knowing I would eventually get there.
Well, whatever Lucy is doing, it's working. First T100 win this year, and great to see her back on the start line. So we've been joined by a third member of the commentary team, Kira McVitie, former professional cyclist and partner of Carl Smith. How's your day been?
Hello, yeah, it's been good. I've actually been out on the course, kind of getting up close to the action, taking some photos and that kind of thing. But yeah, it is crazy to see all of these athletes absolutely pouring their hearts into this race. So yeah, it's been a good day.
Tell us about how hot it is outside, because we're in an air-conditioned commentary box here.
Yeah.
Give us a sense of what it's like outside.
So this morning it was definitely quite cool, cooler than yesterday. I think a lot of the athletes were kind of not really sure, do we have ice in our box? Do we just kind of wing it? But I think a lot of athletes probably put the ice in anyway. It's kind of a deceptive one because on screen it looks cloudy, but it's super humid out there, and definitely as we get into this race, the heat is going to be a factor. So expect those who do well in the heat to start showing their colours.
Well, we saw Rico, very early on the bike, just the sweat dripping off his nose. So we are in this beautiful air condition, but I could, even this morning I went out when it was really dark, and there was this sense of, like, it's so calm. There's not even a little ruffle on any of the leaves, but yet you just could feel that this day was going to turn up, and by when they hit the run later this afternoon, that the heat was going to be actually really peaking and very deceptive.
It's definitely deceptive because, you're kind of out there, it's cloudy, you're on the bike, you've got this nice wind in your face, you're thinking, it's not too hot. But the moment you put those run shoes on and start running out hard, it's going to definitely hit a few athletes who've not prepared their hydration properly.
And we should say as well, that run course is exposed. It's not under palm trees. There are palm trees, but they're not going to have a big effect, really, I don't think, on the athletes. So it's going to be very, very warm. And don't forget, of course, the women's race starting an hour later than the men's race. So they're going to get even more of that heat as we reach the climax of this race. So our first eyes on Ash Gentle. 2 minutes back from the lead at the last count, but Emma, give us your assessment of her race so far. Is this a position you think she can still challenge from?
I really think this is a position where it's not unexpected to see Ash run this time into leaders before. She looks very calm, very confident. In particularly on the bike, you can often see with Ash's facial expressions and mannerism where she's sort of under duress. Yes, it's early on, though 2 minutes is definitely places where we've seen her come from. I think that Lucy would be well aware of that too, though she's up there having her own race, doing her own race. But I think Ash is she knows she just needs to chip away. We know the strength of her bike as well. And just keeping even in touch, clawing back time, and certainly just ensuring that she's not losing time. We also know that she loves the heat. She does thrive in the heat. Like, those sorts of conditions is somewhere that she feels most comfortable, most at home. We were joking the other day in Andorra that there's barely a pool that we can swim in because we're so pathetic that if it's under 27 degrees, we can't get a full swim set out. So, that's the Queenslander in her, and these conditions are very much like her home territory.
It's great to see Ash out there pushing, and really she's only 7 seconds behind the group of DeVette and Hannah Berry. So really it's all to play for, and I think Ash is someone who's going to come good as this race goes on, as it starts getting hotter. And I think when the girls who are so strong on the swim go out hard on the bike, it kind of it makes you feel like the kind of more runner types are behind. But actually in a lot of the races you see that the bike, they kind of slow down through the bike, so they put in a big amount of time early on. But I think we're definitely going to see some action towards the end of the bike.
Okay, well, if you're sat at home watching this and you want to get involved, here's how you can do so this year on the T100.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no rest, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now. Foot on the gas, get slowed down. No. Yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Watch the game change, yeah.
So if you scan the QR code on your screen, you can find out more about upcoming races. Dubai and Qatar, still with options to compete this year. Great opportunity for some winter sun, if you fancy it. And of course, plenty of races next year. Singapore, Vancouver, London, all taking entries. Just scan the QR code on your screen. Kira, do you fancy it?
It's quite nice. I mean, it's quite nice. I think we were kind of saying it's kind of a perfect summer holiday vacation, but in that time of year where it's kind of quietened down a bit, it's got a nice vibe, kind of locals kicking about, you know, and yeah, it's been a really kind of peaceful but a nice race. Obviously, for us as supporters, that is. I mean, definitely I've been feeling the nerves of Kyle throughout the week, and you kind of see some of the athletes kind of bopping around the hotel. Some are really nervous, some are super chatty. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, these athletes are here to race, and there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, there really is. It's quite an interesting venue like that, isn't it? Because it's what, so I hear in August, this place is very, very busy. It's sort of peak holiday season, and obviously we're slightly out of season now in September. So yeah, it's quite calm, it's quite relaxed. We've heard the athletes speak about how much they've enjoyed just going on cycles locally because the roads are really good, and obviously they don't have tons of traffic that maybe they would in August. So from the athletes' perspective, this is an enjoyable place to be.
Definitely, and to me, this is honestly one of the best times of year to visit Spain. You've kind of just lost that ferocity of the summer heat, and you're kind of in, well, being from the UK, this is awesome summer weather for us. But yeah, I definitely think that the athletes are enjoying it and enjoying the paella too.
So this is the Spanish athlete Moreno, who looks like he ran out of road there, shaking his head because the litter drop zone just finished a little bit earlier than that. So curious to see what the officials will do there. They've made the litter zones a lot larger here, just because they can, because the roads obviously are so large, but also because of the nature of the weather, needing, of course, to take on as many fluids as possible. Kira, when you were racing in the heat, give us some top tips and tactics you used.
So I think we're just about to have a quick pause, but I'll tell you soon. But what I want to say is that it's great to see Moreno, a wild card at the front.
Yeah, it certainly is, seeing the Spanish athlete doing so well. But yeah, sorry, we were just talking about your techniques for heat and what you would have done.
Honestly, watching triathlon, obviously I know quite a bit about bike racing, but these athletes are doing something that I have never done, which is, 80 kilometers of riding flat out on a TT bike in conditions that are pretty brutal. You've got to consider the swim before, the run afterwards. Tactically, it's just something I can't really quite get my head around, and it makes the whole thing super impressive to me. I think, honestly, a lot of it just comes down to pacing, and kind of how I said earlier, how we've seen in some races, especially with the women having so many strong kind of swim bikers, they take it out so hot, and you see that different dynamic in the women's race to maybe the men's race, where it's kind of a war of attrition and people slowly end up dying off, whereas the women, they take it out hard, and it just means that you can't predict almost what will happen in the women's bike, because yeah, when they see red and they go for it, anything could happen.
I think it's worth just mentioning, Emma, obviously Rico's had a really tough day. He's had a drop chain, he's had a drafting penalty, but he's still very much in this race. How far ahead do you think he could have got were those things not to happen to him?
Oh, it's anyone's guess, isn't it? It's what I mentioned earlier, that having those plans up your sleeve, definitely not the plan of what he's experienced on the bike so far. Though I think Hayden's, if anything, like, not to take away from Rico, but Hayden's playing it kind of cat and mouse and playing it safe in that respect as well, and now not letting Rico get away considering what's happened. So I think more than capable of putting some time in, but I just think given what's happened, composure's a big thing. Does he just look at, okay, now considering I'm not going to have a gap off the bike like I would have liked to. What can I do with my run? What can I do with my run with Hayden right behind me, with Jelle right behind me? Everyone's saying I'm not in there for a foot race, but maybe today's the day to really extend myself and say, okay, well, the bike didn't go, quite how I would have imagined it, Having to stop, not ideal. Chain, yes. Stop, pause. Okay, let's just see how much I can throw myself into this run race. And I think that's, like I said, that's why I like the way he goes about his racing and his style of racing. It's, you know, not always expected how you'd like it to pan out.
I think with Rico, you can never really count him out, can you? I mean, some days he's just shows this unbelievable power. And we saw that in San Francisco, and we saw that in many races over the last few years. So don't count Rico out, that's for sure.
It's not just banging on about how good he is as a bike rider. It's just exactly that. He can put this war of attrition on against the best of the best, and we've seen him do that.
Okay, well, Spain, our 5th stop on the T100 Tour. Jelle Geens currently in the lead in the race to Qatar, but who will be there come December?
We have a race on our hands.
And don't forget, it's the best 4 results across the season that count before Qatar, before our grand final in December. So not long left of this bike course at all for the men. You can see, actually, that's Hayden peeling off.
I feel like that is
the next section,
the trickiest part. As you can see there, the women were making that inside line around the roundabout, and the men had to take that harder right and then actually go back on the other side of the road. Like you mentioned, this little last just over a kilometre back to transition. So it was good that they all had their wits about them and that the girls, the females, knew that their line was the inside line, because for a moment there I was thinking, oh, okay, make sure you've lined those witches' hats up just right.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I think this is so perfectly poised for the run leg. I mean, Hayden Wilde 2 seconds off the lead, Jelle Geens just 4 seconds behind, and don't discount Sam Dickinson as well.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think this is I mean, this is, well, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th is the podium that we saw in Fréjus, and Rico now right there in the mix with them. So we couldn't ask for a more exciting entrance to transition.
And even just looking beyond that kind of top 3 or 4, if you look down to 7th, you know, there's people who could definitely run up. I mean, I don't know how Jonas is feeling after 1 week after Nice, but he's a great runner. And also Marino as a wild card. We really don't know how he's going to fare. Is he going to get excited when he sees Jelle's heels? I don't know.
You would have to think so. I think any of these athletes that have got the opportunity to be reading the back of their race suits, it's got to give you some level of confidence.
So into the transition zone they come. 80 kilometres done, 2 kilometres in the water done, just 18 kilometres left in this T100 race. Rico Bogan getting his helmet off, really weathered the storm of a really challenging bike ride, as we said. Had that drafting penalty. What have you seen?
Shoulder to shoulder, did you see it?
Yeah.
And Jelle's had a quicker transition than Hayden.
And yeah, Jelle out in front, which didn't happen in France, and Hayden still got to take his helmet off. And he takes his cap and he gets away. But yeah, you're right, that was a decent transition from Jelle.
Jelle was very quick out there.
I mean, I just think coming in after 80k of bike and 2k of swimming, to be able to turn it around that quickly is always so impressive.
Emma, what are these first moments like, getting off the bike, feeling how your legs are?
What the hell am I doing here? Sometimes it's so a matter of like, oh my gosh, like, what am I asking my legs to do right now? not competing over this distance myself personally, but just, you know, every triathlete knows that feeling of running off the bike. It's something that you practice time and time again. Some days it comes easier, other days it just feels horrific, feels like lead. And yeah, it's some days it takes time to find your rhythm and your focus. But personally, it was, for me, it was just being in the moment, no matter the pain, no matter the suffering. It's like finding your cues and your mental cues to get back to where you need to. And I tell you what, a heck of a lot of self-talk.
Definitely. I mean, if you're in Jelle's position right now, you've got 15 seconds ahead of Wilde. Where's your head at? Are you even thinking about Hayden right now?
I think you're just asking your body to do things that, you know, you train day in, day out doing. And he's sort of got this, I don't know, like sometimes I think, you know, like running scared is a place where there's this kind of level of adrenaline and excitement, but also fear mixed in with it. Like it's a really crazy combination. I mean, Hayden obviously had a little bit of a blunder and a slow transition there, but Jelle's got to go with it. And he's talks about having to have a change and turn of speed, and his turnover, I mean, he always looks amazing, but he looks fantastic at this point.
So we're just going to take a look at what happened at the start of the course. So this is Hayden running around there. So he does go the correct way around in the end, but we're going to see, or sorry, we saw Rico and Jelle actually take a tiny little shortcut there. Not I'm sure deliberately, but they maybe just got a tiny bit confused. So this is them, yeah, you can just see them cutting across there rather than going around that corner.
That is very deceptive and very confusing, yeah. It's, well, I think Hayden is becoming very aware of needing to follow all the rules, and he rather not leave any stone unturned this time around and rather just make up for the few extra steps it appeared that he had to take there. But Jelle's having a quick look around him just to see maybe, well, what has happened to Hayden, maybe expecting him to be already there with him at this point on his shoulder, and or just realizing that he's having a good day and I'm just going to have to keep running away with it. But
so we're hearing they're going to put a marshal there just to make that really clear for the next lap, so it doesn't happen again. Yeah, which I think is probably the right decision. I don't, clearly no athlete was doing it deliberately. It's just getting to know this course.
I think if you're in Hayden's shoes right now, you just, you know, if you realise that there's a potential error, there's a potential place where you could get a penalty, you just, it's not worth that 30 seconds for going back and, oh, yes, I'll add 5 seconds here, but honestly, it's really not worth the penalty.
No, it was quite confusing, and I think clearly the first two probably didn't recognise or realise even, you know, maybe it was a potential mistake. Who knows? It just seemed that Hayden wasn't prepared to take any risks.
So it's a really good look there, Emma, at Jelle's running technique. One of our best runners on the T100. What do you like about what you see there?
He's so relaxed. I think he makes running look pretty effortless for the speed in which he's moving. Here, his shoulders, well, his hands are really low, and therefore his shoulders are really relaxed. And you know, I often felt for myself, and I see it in some other athletes that, you know, the more you're pushing, the more under strain you are. You know, those shoulders tend to creep up under your ears, and so the low hand carriage, and he's got like a nice amount of movement in his hips, and it just allows him to just have this really free-flowing running style. And as much as Hayden's running really quick, he has a very different style to Jelle. So this will be the first little opportunity they get to have a little bit of a look and a little glance and just see what each other's face is looking like. Is there a grimace? Is there any signs of pain or discomfort? And or do I need to just keep putting the accelerator down?
No caffeine. Caffeine.
Well, one of the things that Hayden has been working, one of the things that Jelle has been working on is these harder harder, faster sessions in his run, because he still thinks, unbelievably, there's more time to be gained in the run.
I think that's a byproduct of Hayden coming into the mix, halfway in the season. He clearly was in a class of his own, I think, until Hayden came. And Hayden is sharpening his speed for other races that he is taking part in. And Jelle has had to respond to that. He's had to look at what he did in some of his short course racing. He was known also for being an incredibly fast runner over the 5 and the 10K. And how do I now have to adapt that to Hayden being on the scene? So this is an adaptation I think all these athletes are having to take into part of their training plans all the time in order to keep being able to reinvent, to be able to beat the competition that's showing up.
It's definitely the nature of elite sports, isn't it? That there's always these kind of marginal things to find, whether it's, I don't know, heat training seems to be on the cards. And, it's not just in T100 that the level has gone up. I believe in a lot of the triathlon races that I've been watching over the last few years, even a few years ago to now, it seems like the level and what athletes are having to do, altitude camps, making sure that everything is dialed in. It kind of takes a village to do it, right? I mean, cycling teams have a whole crew of staff to make one person win the Tour de France, right? But when it comes to triathlon, these guys are mostly, for the most part, on their own, and they have to choose their own staff. They have to choose who's going to, train them for the swim, who's going to be the bike coach. And it all comes together for a big performance.
So men's race still going on the right-hand side, but just on the left, just to update you on how the women's race is progressing. The last count, Jessica Lindblom still out in front, Lucy Charles-Barclay in second, and Kate Woff in third. There's 4 seconds across those athletes. Then Sarah Perez-Salet 10 seconds back, Caroline Pohl a minute 25 back, before we then reach the rest of the pack.
I'm personally so excited to see the women come to a showdown. I think the level between the top women at the moment, it feels like the series could go any way, Like we've had how many races and 5 winners. So really it's kind of, I feel like anything could happen.
It's opposite to what we're witnessing with the men. We've talked about this rivalry, this 1-2 that we can see on screen, Hayden just in the background there. But the women's racing, like you said, like the level of the women that are coming over and taking on this T100 distance, committing to this series, and to see a different winner every race. Like this could be the day where we finally see someone that's won a T100 for the second time this season. And I think that's just such a testament to the level, like you said, all the village of people that go into taking these athletes to try to hone them to get better at this distance, every race that they're taking part in. And it's an exciting race in the women's as well as the tight battle at the front with the men.
You just saw there Jonas Schomburg overtaking Rico Bogan.
Wow.
So he's clearly got something in his legs.
Honestly, I love how Jonas races. He just absolutely, it's just his soul and passion. He just puts it down on the road, and it's kind of like, are you going to hold on to this, Jonas? Are you going to, what's going to happen? But he just takes it out hard and sees how long he can hold on.
Yeah, it's an amazing tactic given obviously what his body has been through over the last 6 days. But yeah, incredible. And those are the tactics that we love to see, aren't they? I mean, that's what gets fans really excited.
The opportunity to race as often as they can, I think, is something that helps propel a lot of these athletes. All the athletes clearly love the training. They're always putting in the work. But to be able to show up and have this availability to race the races that they can, and yes, it's not always ideal. Yes, you might not have put that in a perfect training plan to have, a full distance race 6 days ago. But hey, I'm young. There's a race down the road that I've been given an opportunity to go and have a go at, and I'm going to go have it a crack. And I agree with you. I just love seeing these athletes go out and just going, I'm here to push my limits. I'm here to see what I can do. I'm here to evolve and become the best athlete that I can.
And you just really see someone like Jonas Lucy springs to mind as well, just really feeding off this kind of momentum. It's like they have a good race, then they're like, yeah, let's do more races. And I think, you know, someone like Jonas, it's kind of not a naivety, but it's like an excitement of like, I've never done this before, so let's see how it goes kind of thing.
And we probably might not have witnessed it so much in the first half of a season, you know, when World Championships are still a long way out. Everything might be a little bit more calculated at that point in time in order to prepare for, you know, the Septembers, the Octobers, the Novembers, and where all these variety of distances and world titles are up for grabs. But now it's like things are going well. Okay, I can put myself out there. I'm injury free. I'm happy. I'm healthy. What more can I ask of myself? Why not take that opportunity now? And then, you know, when it's time to call it a season and at the end of the year and have that break, it's like, okay, then I can ascertain, like, really where was I excelling? Where would I want to go back to the drawing board next year? Or, you know, do I have a T100 contract that I'm possibly able to sign and would not have had I not taken the chance?
So, as Jonas Schomburg continues to impress us all in the commentary box, we've joined the front of the race because that's Jelle Geens, but lurking behind, 10 seconds behind in fact, is Hayden Wilde. So he's managed to close the gap a bit. It was 18 seconds just at the start of the run. So Hayden running quicker than Jelle. I guess the question is, has Jelle got anything else? And how hard is Hayden pushing?
I mean, last time we saw Jelle best Hayden was at the 70.3 Worlds in Topor. And that day, it kind of was an interesting dynamic. Like, Hayden was pretty new still to middle distance, although he had done, you know, some of the 70.3s. But Jelle paced it perfectly, and it was almost bittersweet for Hayden. He kind of went out hard. He was excited. The home crowd was there supporting him. And he just didn't quite have it in that last 5K. And, you know, I think a lot of the short distance athletes, probably the last 5K is where they're really feeling it. So, yeah, I mean, Jelle definitely has the ability to beat Hayden. But, I mean, Hayden, once he's got someone in their sights, he's hunting.
He's like a dog with a bone, isn't he? You can just see almost like the little upper lip just curl a little bit up at the top corner, and I'm close. I've nearly got it within my reach, and once he gets hold of it, I just feel like there's just no letting go. But tell you what's exciting is this battle here for the third position.
Do you think Sam Dickinson would be incredibly surprised right now to see him like, excuse me, Jonas, what are you doing here?
Can't believe you just did an Ironman 6 days ago. Should you have legs this fresh?
And actually, that's Peter Hemerek there, but it looks like Jelle and Hayden are about to lap him, I think. Yeah, you can just see them behind. This is almost a replay of what happened in France, because Peter offered some water to Jelle.
And they ran together, that's right.
Yeah.
And he was helping pace him for a little bit, so...
Yeah, I thought Peter was quite funny about that. He said, that's not really why I'm here, but he's at least he's doing it again.
At least supporting his fellow countrymen.
Yeah, so Hayden is about to make the catch now. What do you think he does? Does he go straight past? Does he wait behind, put a surge in? What do you think, Emma?
Oh gosh, I don't know. You put me on the spot. Hayden gets this calm, collected face now. I always notice, like, he just gets his confidence and he sits there for a bit.
Yeah, he's done that with Rico a few times this season. He's just sort of lingered behind.
It's just, you know, it's almost like, you know, like in training, you have these nemesis on your shoulder, like you use them all the time. And right now, Hayden's just literally playing to that and just breathing down his neck. And I think, yeah, he's just going to, I think, why not? Like, he's got the time to buy right now. He doesn't have to force it. They're both so calculated with your run, like you said. You know, Kira at 70.3. Hayden's constantly checking his watch. I think he knows what he needs to do, but Jelle's also, you know, if he, in his own words, sort of maybe upped his game and changed his speed. But look at them both. I mean, their faces are, yeah, somewhat pure relaxation.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to really tell anything from what we're seeing on screen in terms of who's feeling better. I would say, yeah, maybe Hayden wants to run it a bit more pace towards the start, but I'm sure once we see that last 5K, I think it'll just be a death battle to the end.
I like that phrase, death battle, because that's probably what it's going to feel like for both of these athletes. But yeah, as we mentioned, they look pretty calm, pretty composed. I mean, Emma, what's it like when you've got someone breathing down your neck, literally right behind you, especially your rival in the series?
Do you want me to be really honest?
I'd love you to be honest.
Okay, so I was not known for any speed or change of pace. And I got found out very early on in my career that that's not something I could leave to the last minute. So I really had to force myself to have no one around me, because if I was left with anyone around me near the sprint finish, I would be dead last. So I really forced myself to make sure that I had only my pretend nemesis on my shoulder, and otherwise I was chasing hard.
And just looking at what's happened here, obviously Peter Hemerich it looks like maybe they've had a little discussion about just tucking in behind. Is that what you guys are also reading?
I can't imagine this is something they've planned.
Oh no, not planned, but I mean, it might be something that's just happened on this race that perhaps they've gone, this might work for us.
Again, if I'll be completely honest, I wouldn't want him there. It would frustrate me. It honestly would. I would be like, dude, okay, like, please, but there is, well, you can see the palm trees, like it doesn't appear like there's much wind, but yes, there is always this advantage where you feel like, when you're doing a track session, you're running on the track and you've got someone pacing you. There is a level of just, okay, can I find my calm in this moment? Because we know at some point someone's going to drop the hammer and you've got to be ready for it.
You know it's coming, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I guess as Peter is Jelle's compatriot, maybe he thinks that, yeah, putting the pace on a little bit is beneficial to Jelle. And maybe he's also just had a second wind, I don't know.
Go.
Well, either way, it really is setting itself up, isn't it, for an incredible finish here in Spain. And it looks like they've used Peter, as it were. They're about to part ways, I think. And Hayden has now gone into the lead. I thought Jelle was really interesting after France when he said he really wants to beat Hayden. This relationship, or this rivalry now is kind of really out in the open, healthily, but it is right out in the open.
They have a extremely, I think, friendly relationship and in that sense, but every athlete, like, they have a bit of mongrel in them. Like, they're not out there doing what they do if they don't want to win. And Jelle comes across as this very, calm, quiet, content, nice guy. But, when he really stated that it's kind of getting under his skin now. Like, he's kind of getting irritated by it. And he's had to, rethink his run, his training, in order to match Hayden, who's very vocal and very clear about, his intentions when he's out there. And yeah, having that little bit of aggression sometimes is really necessary, and holding strong.
I mean,
Hayden, sorry, I was just noting how Hayden's deciding to take some ice and letting, tactically, whether he's just also, he plays a different game, if I'm honest. He plays a very different game to the rest of them, and just take a piece of ice, let Jelle take back over, have my moment. I both find them very fascinating to watch. Both very, very different, but both, incredibly exceptional in their own right.
Yeah, they certainly are. Both exceptional athletes have lit up the T100 this year. Hayden Wilde's first year with us. It feels like he's been here for a very long time. I was also, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you think that was maybe a tactical decision? Maybe put a little surge on in front of Jelle and then take some ice, take some water?
Honestly, yes. I just think this is something Hayden does well. He's great at mind games. It is a part of the physical component of what they do. And whether that's vocally and what he said in interviews, but that comes into play within the race as well. I personally think I saw it on the bike already. Some of the things he was doing, letting people take the lead, even when he came to the front, sort of, soft pedaling, letting someone else come around, just letting this cat and mouse game continue to play out. He has no need to go off the front. He can back himself if he needs to come the last few hundred meters of a foot race, if so be it. And I think, that little move before, he just looks at things differently. And it's part of racing. There's just athletes that really hone in on that sort of thing.
He's also just a really smart athlete. Do you remember when we spoke to him after France, he was saying he chose not to race in a swim skin, chose to switch out his wheel the morning of because of the wind. And he seems to just think about this sport in a way that, I don't know, but I think it's unfair to say few else do, because they of course they do, but he seems really, think about every minute detail.
We've seen it with his recovery from his crash. That, I think, is a testament to the sort of athlete he is. He has his coaches. He has such a great deal of support staff that he really, really leans on and leans into. And having all those people that are able to provide your advice and be able to help, hone every part. When you have an athlete that's so driven like that and so willing to say, I want everything and anything I can to get the best out of myself, he shows that in every single way, on race day, through injury and through his training, and exactly what you mentioned, just honing those last minute things all the time. He really doesn't like to leave any stone unturned.
So that is Jonas Schomburg comfortably into third, and Kira doing exactly what you said. He's giving it everything, isn't he, in this part of the race? How is he going to be feeling come 17, 18 kilometres?
Honestly, I feel sorry for his legs. He's honestly, I just have my fingers crossed for him that he can continue pushing this last 10K. I mean, I remember looking at the splits of Ironman Worlds, and I think he ran 33 minutes for the first 10K of the Ironman marathon run. And, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. So he's definitely no stranger to running 10K fast. And yeah, hopefully he's saved a little bit more for the last part.
As much as he's somewhat here on his own in the middle, of no man's land with no other athletes around, he looks really comfortable. And like you mentioned, the speed in which he's, they're putting out of marathons now. And here he could get a bit of a glance at the two front runners. But I love it. I really do love just seeing athletes that are given these opportunities to get starts in these races, just to have a crack. And how long can I hold on for? Who knows? I'm not going to know, unless I just give it my all and go all out. But racing in warm conditions is certainly not a problem for him. He knows that he can keep up with the world's best in long course distance. And now I want to poise myself over this.
So Hayden there, looks like he's just managed to take out a tiny bit of a lead there over Jelle. I say a tiny bit, it's actually gone to sort of 3-4 meters, something like that. No longer racing right next to each other. Hayden Wilde is potentially making a decisive move here.
You can see him, he's just starting to stride out. He's kind of throws his arms a little bit, almost, just kind of relaxes himself. And I mean, it's so crazy how relaxed he looks going this speed.
Yeah, when we interviewed him after France, he barely looked like he broke a sweat, to be honest, and we could see him looking pretty good. Obviously, he then had the World Triathlon race the Sunday afterwards. No such race tomorrow for him. I just wonder, I mean, he's really pulled away, hasn't he, from Jelle, Emma?
He's put in, it didn't appear like a huge surge, but I feel like he's just slowly put his foot on the accelerator to a point where the elastic band just broke relatively quickly, just in a way that I actually don't need to put a sprint on. I just need to put my foot down, but break Jelle, and yeah, it looks very clear and evident that he's done that in a very short space of time. But Hayden also, he wears an incredibly calm face. Like, you never really see that he's under duress. And I do think that's also one in part, he's just incredible at what he does. But again, just, you know, that poker face, just being able to ensure that, like, no one on course even gives any feedback to Jelle that, you know, Hayden looks like he's suffering. He just wears this sort of, you know, neutral, calm, I'm going to check my timing, I'm going to check I'm doing all the things right. And again, playing back into that meticulousness of how he approaches everything. You know, one of the first few people to like continue to run with a watch like that.
And we just see him gesturing to the crowd there. He's picking up on the energy of all these people who have come out to support. It's great to see.
Yeah, someone definitely, you know, riding alongside of him, whether or not he was telling him, you know, don't run with me. You know, you don't want anyone to consider outside assistance or pacing or timing. But I tell you, who is hot on timing and pacing are these women. It looks like we still have our front four.
And it looks like Lucy is driving it on the front at the moment. So the lead group is Lucy Charles-Barclay. We've got Jess Learmoth in there, but it seems that there's actually Waugh and Ashleigh. Everyone's come together essentially. They were a bit kind of spaced out before, but yeah, it's on.
No, they've got well, quite a good gap, and other than to see Ash's come back, well, it was roughly about 2 minutes out of the water, heading out onto the bike, so she's lost about 1:18 according to our timing there at the 42k mark. Hannah Berry was the leading out of the second group of the swim, and she's still holding strong there in sixth place. So she's also shaping up to have, I think, a really good season and come away with some really consistent performances, like coming into this T100.
Definitely. I mean, Hannah Berry, she stormed onto the start of the T100 series in Singapore with an amazing fourth place, and I think she just continued to back it up with consistently good results. And yeah, we see on screen now India Lee just behind Hannah Berry, so they're really two super strong cyclists. They're going to be working together, and look, you know, it is kind of a couple of minutes at the moment, but it's still all to play for, and they'll continue to push to the end.
I love how Hannah's been, like, really calm and collected, just soaking in all the races and experiences, and it really proves and is paying dividends for her results, because her fourth, a sixth in Frejus, I believe, as well. And yeah, I think, you know, she really just seems to love what she's doing as well, and knowing that she's got longer distance racing under her belt, I should say, and capable of going further, but having this turn of speed to keep up with the likes of the front runners or keeping contention, I think she's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
She's a smooth operator, isn't she?
I love
Definitely. She made me laugh, actually, at breakfast the other day. She was sort of saying, like, oh, yeah, you know, I was kind of riding my Ironman pace in some of the T100 races, but then I realized I could just push more power. So I did, and I still felt great, and I ran amazing. So there you go. You just have to choose to ride a bit faster.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
I literally didn't do well, did I? She overtook me. I was taking a Jelle. Did you see it?
I didn't.
What a joke.
We were in the back.
I want to see the evidence, honestly. It's a right joke.
So
Lucy came past me. I didn't even do anything. Yeah. Can I have a look?
Yeah, so that was Jess Learmoth getting a drafting penalty.
5 seconds.
Being told by the marshals and officials exactly what happened. And that will be, you could hear the frustration, couldn't you, from Jess? She feels like that wasn't quite how she saw it. I dare say Kyle had a similar situation and was also pretty unhappy with what happened.
Honestly, I was standing opposite the penalty tent earlier, and it's brutal to see. No athlete wants to get a penalty, and you know, someone like Jess, she's incredibly experienced. You know, there is no way in my mind that she would intentionally get a penalty. I think, you know, when people are passing each other and the racing is so close, sometimes these things happen and decisions get made. So, I mean, it's devastating for Jess, but honestly, being one of the strongest cyclists in the field, she's just got to put her head down. And honestly, there is nothing she can do at this point, as gutting as it is. She just has to try and calm herself down. Her heart rate will be a bit lower now, and just get into her rhythm and focus on trying to catch that group up.
It's that letting that frustration just go immediately, isn't it? And just, yeah, as she said, and we could overhear, is like, you know, I want evidence and I want to look at it after, and that's something, you know, that you know, she's entitled to, but it unfortunately doesn't stop the fact that she did have to stop and take the penalty in due course in the middle of the race and affect the position in which she had and was dominating from.
Yeah, drafting penalties are final. You can't appeal them. But perhaps she'll pore over the evidence on an iPad later today. So frustration for Jess, but if anyone can do it, she can. Rico Bogan also made light work of getting back to the front after a drafting penalty. So we were talking about her earlier, Hannah Berry. She had a 6th place in France. Really good performance from her, and here she is reflecting on the level of competition on the T100.
The racing has been so close. Like, if we look back at Fréjus, there were so many of us finishing just within seconds or within a minute of each other. And a lot can change throughout the race. I found, like, in the race, time went by so fast because you just constantly got people around you and sort of trying to battle it out with one person, and then there might be another person that comes along. So it makes the racing go by really fast and kind of fun when you're in the moment, I think. So yeah, hoping to just maintain sort of the rhythm I've held so far this year into the last sort of most important part of the year coming up. Yeah, and if I can keep getting top 10 finishes, then that should be pretty good for me. Definitely more than what I thought was possible for me at the start of the year. So.
It is mighty impressive, isn't it, with her consistency. Sixth, as we said, in France, 9th in London, 4th in Singapore. It's, yeah, consistency is the name of the game.
As she mentioned, surprising, you know, herself and her own expectations. But I think, you know, so many of these athletes are so humble and you know, really don't maybe expect so much of themselves, but are putting in so much work that we just, you know, don't give them enough credit until they put out on this big wide world stage. So fantastic to see, and let's just hope we keep seeing more of her.
You can see that India Lee just looks like, if that timing is correct, Hannah Berry and Caroline Pohl just in front, but they're a bit like them in the men's race. They're tight, and they've got to be really careful here. And it might even be that India Lee is going for a move here. Maybe she's not, I don't know. But yeah, you just got to be so careful. Clearly, these drafting penalties could have a real impact on the race.
And you've got people, you know, they're pushing themselves to the absolute limit too. So I feel like in some cases it can be a lapse of concentration, it could be a corner, it could be, yeah. I mean, it's something that no athlete wants to do on purpose, but sometimes the nature of racing, it kind of creeps up on people.
So we can just see that Hayden Wilde in the bottom left of your screen. He's managed to build up a 43-second gap to Jelle Geens, which is pretty sizable given that Jelle was 18 seconds ahead as they got onto the run course.
I mean, I think it's great to see Jelle take it out hard, take it to Hayden, take the race to Hayden. I mean, he's got nothing to lose. Like, he really wants to beat Hayden. Hayden is the guy that is keeping him up at night and that is, you know, his main motivation to find those extra gains. And I think, yeah,
I mean, to
impressive.
Me, Hayden's looking just more and more comfortable. He looks like he's just finding his rhythm now, and clicking away if what our timing is telling us at 3:11 minute per K pace. He looks more comfortable than he did in the first few kilometres compared to what we're seeing of Jelle's at 3:22. So I mean, he's putting in time very fast. If he's running a good, roughly 10 seconds per kilometre faster.
Yeah, very impressive to see. I guess for Jelle, look, he's, as we said, he's been so vocal about wanting to beat Hayden, but like you said, Kira, if he's gone out hard, if he's done everything he can in his power as an athlete, maybe you just have to accept that on the day, or perhaps in this period, on this phase of their careers, Hayden just has the upper hand.
I think he will accept it in a singular race, but I think, we saw it in the women's field. You had Taylor Knibb, she came in and she dominated. And what happened? The women went away, they had a hard look in the mirror, and they went, how are we gonna beat Taylor? And I think the same thing will happen in the men's now. You've had Hayden, he's come in, he's stormed the field. And I know that for Kyle, I know that for Jelle, I know that for all of these top men, they're working out how can we run faster? How can we maybe get a gap on the swim? How can we, how can we beat someone who is so consistent across all three disciplines? And I think, right now Hayden's on top of the world, but this is sport and this is competition, and that will get everyone motivated to get the best out of themselves.
So to the right of your screen, that's Kate Waugh, back with us on the T100. Missed Frejus, got ill after London, but is now back on a T100 start line. And that was a great battle, wasn't it? In London, her and Lucy Charles-Barclay. Maybe that's the running race we're going to get in the end in the women's race.
An incredible 1-2 for the British girls on home soil, and I think Kate was. I think Kate is finding her way in this distance still. She's come to this T100 and had incredible success, a bit like we've seen Hayden, but the likes of Lucy, who's has tried it and finally did get her win. I really wonder if it's just a matter of time and Kate doing more of these races that I don't want to say she fell apart per se to take away from Lucy's run, because Lucy, I believe, is running incredibly well, but we know that Kate is also an incredible runner. And I think, those ups and downs in races where you're just, pushing your limits all the time. And I'd love to see what she can do if these two girls get off again together, knowing that, the two of them have gone head to head. And can, knowing Kate in her mind, Lucy's got 3 weeks maybe. I don't know, there's so much excitement around, when these athletes are so close together and performing at their best, and seeing it come down to the wire.
Yeah, certainly did in London. You never know, it might just do the same in Spain. But the T100 isn't just about the pro athletes. Thousands of age group athletes are going to join us across the season.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling in. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no rest, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No. Watch the game change,
Some really exciting races next year, heading to the Gold Coast for the first time, back to Singapore, Vancouver, London, all happening next year. So scan that QR code on your screen and it will take you to t100triathlon.com/participate with all the details of those races. So the sun beating down, it's fair to say now. All of those clouds that we had this morning, giving some respite to the swim, to the early part of the bike. They're nowhere to be seen. And this is brutal, this is warm. Kira, you were out on the course earlier. I mean, can you just start to imagine or describe what these athletes are going through with the heat?
I mean, now it's getting quite crazy. I mean, the bit where you see they're at the moment is pretty much the only shade on the whole course. So I guess you can savour that few hundred metres and hopefully get a bit of that sea breeze too. We just saw Hayden passing Vincent Louis there. They had a few words. This is impressive. I mean, I know we've said the word impressive probably far too many times when we're talking about Hayden Wilde, but he just continues to astound me with his recovery, but also just his ability to just look so effortless.
I was going to use the word brutal. I mean, we know the pedigree of Vincent Louis, and to be lapping the likes of him, Hayden, I think that is brutal. He's just, there's nothing more to be said that this guy is just I think the fittest triathlete that we know over these distances at the moment, and just continuing to put time effortlessly into the field, like all of the field, not just the front runners, but they're no mean feats to be passing the likes of those athletes.
And let's be honest, this is the top 21 middle distance athletes in the world going head to head against each other, and yeah, I guess it just shows you the class and the calibre of athletes that we've got pushing at the front.
I saw Kyle actually say that it really motivates him having someone like Hayden who's grown up racing and has been a part of his life for a long time doing so well. What kind of effect does it have on the rest of the athletes, do you think, seeing what Hayden's doing?
I definitely think for Kyle it's a motivation, and for him, I think every athlete needs that person that that gives them that kind of almost like an itch that they need to scratch, like Jelle with Hayden. It's like they just, they can't explain it, but they really just need to get one over on them, and it's kind of a person that they pin their competition to. But really, when it comes to this sport, it's a personal endeavour. But having those kind of external motivators, especially for someone like Jelle and definitely for someone like Kyle, it just helps. I mean, this sport is incredibly hard, and living with a full-time triathlete, you really see the amount of effort and work, and not just for the front guys, but for the guys who are getting lapped, for the guys who don't finish. It's a brutal sport, and we're currently watching Hayden Wilde run away from the best of them.
It's all the same amount of effort. I mean, everyone on that start line has a very minimal percentage of difference physically over what they're put in to get to that start line. Everybody has their trials and tribulations and their stories of what, injuries, illness, what's kept them, potentially not competing at their best. But there also becomes an aura of when someone's winning and consistently winning, that I believe somewhat gets a little bit in the rest of the field's head, that think and kind of make out in their own mind that they're unbeatable. And it's a unique, two-way, both sides of the fence, the ones that are hunting and the ones that are being hunted. And there's this energy about sometimes athletes that are at the best of their game and continuing, that it's not a resignation, but these athletes just look at am I actually just fighting for second? And and you see it sometimes, but in the end, it also forces them all to reassess and look at themselves and how do I get to where he's at? How do I close that gap to be as close as I can to them? And I think it's always fascinating. We see this time and time again in the evolution of our sport, that there's someone always pushing the boundary in the men and the women, and then we see this tidal influx of these other athletes that are trying to emulate them as well. And it just continues to raise the incredible standard that's being set.
Definitely, and it's definitely true too that momentum can swing in both ways, both in a positive way and a negative way. But it's fair to say the momentum is definitely with Hayden right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's made light work of the T100 this year. Kind of hard to believe it's his first season. We do have to keep reminding ourselves. But it's been an incredible debut season for Hayden Wilde on the 200. Just looking at the max heart rates there. Mathis Margirier up to 90%. But interestingly, quite a lot of the athletes hovering around the 80%. 80 to 90. And we keep mentioning it, but Jonas Schomburg, I mean, my word. Let's do another check-in, shall we? With not long left to go, Emma. How do you think he's running, given what he's got in his legs?
I mean, you've got to be fatigued naturally. That doesn't need to be stated. But to be running in third behind Jelle and Hayden right now, like, all credit to him. Like, he's not fallen apart. Like, he still looks as calm and in control as he possibly can, I think, given at this point in the race. So, like, massive credit to him competing again 6 days later after a full Ironman. It's been amazing to witness the rise of the German men, to see this resurgence. I mean, they've been one of the strongest nations in the men's field in both short course, long course racing for so long, and to see, you know, the amount of them, they definitely had the most at the start line last weekend in Nice, and to see them coming up and taking podiums again and wins again, I think is amazing. And yeah, to see that federation, you know, turn itself around, and as we said, with, you know, in making relation to Hayden, like, all these athletes start rising to the top when they see that, you know, their compatriots, their teammates, their countrymen are able to go and be on the world stage. If they can, then I can as well. Why not?
So Hayden Wilde just racing there with Michele Bortolomedi of Italy. This will be a lap, unfortunately, for the Italian. But Hayden perhaps just hanging on to him and just getting a bit of extra pace. But you saw earlier, didn't you there, Emma, just how far ahead Hayden is from Jelle. You saw him run towards him. That gap of 1 minute 43. That's huge.
That's incredible. Like, truly incredible. It's probably not something anyone expected. Hayden will probably say, like, well, probably disagree, and say that was always the intention. But it's phenomenal. Like, it truly is incredible, the pace in which he can run, the strength that he has on the bike, and, you know, for him to continue to work on, well, not necessarily his weakness, but continue to find his form and his swim again after well, what mostly affected him from the crash. It's just going to be a force to be reckoned with. I think many of these guys thinking, you know, what if he gets his swim back and he's able to translate that fitness again? I just find, yeah, astounding.
Yeah, you'd like to be a fly on the wall, wouldn't you, in the athlete lounge after this race, about what people are saying about just how impressive Hayden is and what he's able to do here on the T100. You can't take it for granted, because these are, as Kira rightly said earlier, some of the best athletes, best triathletes in the world. And for Jelle, for those behind him, might just have to go back to the drawing board and think of those ways to beat Hayden.
I'm not 100% sure if that third place is actually a given. I'm just looking at the time splits. It seems that the cramps that Matthias Marger was experiencing on the bike, he looks like he's been able to turn that around, and that's a 9 seconds. I mean, you would hope that Jonas has got something left in the eggs, rightly forgiven if he doesn't. But there could be a little bit of a fight, actually, if for that third podium spot. And then you've still got Sam Dickinson, who I wouldn't say is in contention, but, you know, all credit to him coming into his second T100 and still being up there with the front runners.
Yeah, by no means, not the racing a 100k distance you can have a fluke it, but yeah, Sam Dickinson proving very much that he's here and he's here to stay. Certainly looking at next year as well and trying to get a more permanent spot on the T100. Incidentally, just on Matthias Margerier, so third in Miami last year, that's his best T100 result. So if he was to get on the podium, this would equal that. I'm sure he'll be doing everything he can to get there. And yeah, he'll know as well that Jonas Schomburg, of course, did that race just 6 days ago, so he might have him in his sights and think, If he's got anything left in the tank, now might be the time to do it. So big, long, empty road in front of Jelle there, Emma. I mean, that wasn't probably what he wanted to see when he started the race today.
At this point of the race, it's a matter of keeping your head in the game. I mean, what can you do? You've got to run your own race. You've got to, he's still in second. We can't discount that. But to have daylight, I mean, to not let yourself feel demoralised by that, it is like such an important part where, you have to keep up the self-talk, being positive, not, oh my gosh, like I can't even see him. He's so far down the road. Like, it's a matter of like keeping within yourself and being like, no, I have to keep the pressure on. It's not to say that nothing can't happen, but yeah, that just there is the last probably opportunity that they'll get to see each other. And we saw Jelle try and turn the pace up in that last sort of couple of 100 meters in Fréjus, where he kind of felt that Hayden was maybe, had backed off a little bit too much. I think he would have seen that Hayden's not backed off at this point in the game, and Hayden not having to race like he did in Fréjus the next day, or I say choosing to race, he's got no reason not to keep the pressure on either, and to come away with, a comfortable win and not cruise in and coast the last little bit in order to save something for tomorrow. I think he well and truly realises that he's got his pacing. He's thought about how he wants to execute this race, and currently I'm not sure he's going to say he's got anything that he hasn't done that he wanted to do yet.
Quick little glance from Hayden around just to check, but the truth of the matter is he's well clear, passing those ice creams and chickens. I'm sure his attention will start to turn to an ice cream as soon as he's crossed the finish line. Maybe not yet.
Judging what we saw when he finished straight after the finish line in Fréjus, he certainly seemed like his stomach would be capable of it. But
yeah, that was amazing, wasn't he? He was eating, obviously, because he had the race on the Sunday. He was getting the carbs in. I think he had rice, chicken in a wrap. Literally the minute he finished that race, he was ingesting all of that food.
Again, just something that he's like thought thoroughly about. He's so prepared, preparation for every aspect, not just before the start line goes. He's already thinking about recovery. What do I need to do, whether or not that's competing for the next day or not. So many athletes have their recovery protocol that they're able to recover as best and as quickly as they can after each race in order to not just get ready for the next, it's to get ready for the next training session, to get ready for the next travel, to be able to, put themselves in a position to line up again, whatever race they have coming up next, and be in a fighting chance.
Yeah, that recovery starts the minute you cross the finish line, right?
Truly does. For some, ice baths are part of that protocol. Food, if you're fortunate enough that your stomach hasn't shut down and are able to ingest, it's so important to get that in immediately. I think these are where we've just had so many gains in what we've learned. We talk about technology within the race, but there's so much outside of the race in the day-to-day that we're realizing that, is just as a part as just a bigger part and as an important and their regime and adds to their consistency. So for Hayden, again, something he's thought of. Some of us would cross the line, protein shakes. A lot of it was, again, a little bit determined on what you can stomach, and that can be based also on heat and conditions. If you're in a cold race, well, you probably want a cup of soup. After today, yes, more likely a bit more like a smoothie or an ice cream.
Yeah, he really is a smart racer, isn't he? Thinking about all of the elements of a race. Able to think about his bike spec, able to think about wearing a swim skin. We saw that in France. No doubt when I get to chat to him in a few moments' time, he's going to reveal something completely different about this race, which he'd already thought about. So being cheered on by some local crowd here. I wonder if they'll realise just how impressive what they've done is and what Hayden has done here in Spain. But not long left to go. The final few corners for Hayden Wilde, who quite frankly is making this T100 business look rather easy. He's onto the blue carpet. He's got a run that knocks the socks off of even the great Jelle Geens. He raises his finger in the air. This is going to be 4 wins in 4 races for Hayden Wilde. And the scary thing is, it's his debut season on the T100. Hayden Wilde wins here in Spain. And that recovery, Emma, starts right now.
He is just, yeah, he is the best of the best right now. Just so calm, so controlled, executed it exceptionally, and but still, even as we can overhear, a very hard bike. So it's nice to know that he had to still work very hard for it, as much as he looked and made it look easy. But I tell you what, what's coming down to a tight, maybe 3rd podium spot is lurking.
Yeah, this is Jonas Schomburg, currently in 3rd place. Mathis Margirier, you can just see there in the white and blue tri-suit. And this is the battle for that final podium place. Jonas looks like he's hurting, doesn't he?
Does Jonas wish that it was a marathon still so he has the time? Or does he just wish for it to be over right now?
I'm pretty sure all of them are wishing for it to be over. But still plenty of time to go. So, Jelle Geens, not long for him to go now. Again, on these final few corners of this run course. What do you think Jelle will be thinking, Emma?
I think Jelle right now is probably still not thinking until he crosses that line. And then, you know, I think, you know, any athlete, you know, you have so much respect for your competitors. And know, you know, when you've been beaten on the day, you know, Jelle clearly hasn't had any problems that we are aware of or have seen in terms of, you know, nutrition or cramping and things like that. So I think for Jelle, he realises that he's put his best out there today, given, you know, Hayden, there's always only one winner. There's always someone better on the day, and today that's proven to be the case. So what he feels after this and what he goes back and does, you know, for the drawing board for the rest of the season, yeah, I think he's probably going to be scratching his head a little bit.
Well, I'll get to ask him in a few moments' time, but Jelle Geens onto the blue carpet. A few high fives with the brilliant crowd we've got here in Spain. A kiss to his family, and he's over the finish line. Jelle Geens comes home in 2nd here in Spain. But this has to be the most exciting battle, right to the death. Jonas Schomburg, I think he's just found an extra gear on that final few 100 metres. This roundabout, he's making his way through onto the blue carpet. There it is. An incredible performance from an athlete who only 6 days ago raced full distance. This is so impressive. I cannot wait to understand what his week has consisted of. But Jonas Schomburg over the line, and he can take a very well-deserved seat.
Truly incredible. I actually wonder what Hayden's got to ask Jonas about that.
Mathis Margirier coming home in 4th, and another hugely impressive performance from Sam Dickinson. He was on the podium in France. Couldn't quite get onto the podium here today, but make no mistake, 5th place in this field is hugely impressive. I get the feeling, Emma, we might just be hearing more about Sam Dickinson on the T100 in the future. And that sprint finish in front of a home crowd is Guilherme Montel Moreno, the Spanish athlete, coming home to finish in 6th. Not far behind Yuri Kulin. in 7th. Yuri's got some... Yuri's hair looks like it's all over the place. Looks like he's putting a big effort to try and close the gap on Moreno just at the end. It's good to see fellow athletes congratulating Hayden. If anyone is going to be impressed at what he's achieved today, it will be these guys who've also gone through the same course. So while the men make their way through to the finish line, let's take a quick look at what's been happening in the women's race. And Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kate Waugh really leading from the front here. Lucy still out in front. It's a minute 16 all the way back to Jessica Learmonth in 3rd. Sarah Perez-Sala is then about another minute behind them. And things, Emma, if you're Lucy, if you're Kate, this is kind of exactly where you want to be, isn't it?
I think precision, it's planned perfectly. Unfortunately, given the 1:16 back to Jess Learmonth, that I believe in actual fact would still be, she'd still be there with them if it wasn't for that penalty. It would be that front 4 again. These two girls, tactically, I think it's probably something they both know and realise, whether it's spoken or not, that they're well aware of and know that they're capable of going off the front together. But they both look, Kate, for someone that's not spent a lot of time on a time trial bike up until, coming to this T100, she looks really comfortable and really, really calm, really smooth. And I take my hat off to these athletes that are coming over as quickly as they are and jumping onto these bikes. Yes, we know they know how to ride a bike, but, time trialing and being in that position solely and wholly for 80 Ks is still something to get used to, but the adaptation that they show has been truly remarkable.
So just in the bottom left of your corner, that was Menno Koolhaas coming home in 8th. Now this is Gregory Barnaby of Italy. He'll get 9th spot.
Coming away with a 9th spot and someone like the likes of Gregory Barnaby, who's committed to coming over to T100. He's, the US Pro Champion Series winner from last year, decided he wanted to come and put himself up against these guys over this distance. It's a credit to the sport, I believe, in the sense of just, being able to showcase them, being able to go against these guys a number of times throughout the year, not maybe just 1 or 2 times. So I think it's testament to him being able to come and consistently compete and sign and commit himself to this series. Well, it seems like that Kate is just, I would believe, just sitting comfortably and staying, by the likes of Lucy, who's, Lucy's obviously been in these races time and time again, on her own, probably more typically off the front. And I think Kate's playing a really nice, calm and considered game at this point in time. You can see the salt on her suit and the temperatures are rising, which for the women starting that little bit later are going to have to endure, and especially when it comes out onto the run. But we've seen her excel in these sorts of conditions. So both these girls, I feel like right now it'd be pretty hard to pick as to who would be, who would be able to outrun each other. I think it's set up for brilliant racing at this point in the game.
Like I always put a level of expectation on my performances. I train so hard, like going to a race is where you want to put all that work into action, so to not put some level of pressure to perform just like isn't in my nature really. So I think no matter how I was doing in the series, if I was fighting for top 5, if I was fighting for the podium, if I was fighting for the win, I'd be putting a level of like expectation on my performances without getting too kind of carried away with like the bigger picture. I just need to focus in on each race and performing my best over swim, bike, run, and then the results will come. I think it would be really cool to be the first one of this year to get the second win, but I don't think it's going to be easy. So I'm kind of not too focused on the result right now. I just want to try and be as competitive as possible kind of in the race and yeah, play my best race, and hopefully that gets me a good result. Just want to try and be as competitive as possible in the race and yeah, play my best race and hopefully that.
Okay, I'm joined here by Hayden Wilde. Congratulations, Hayden. Take us into that run part of the course, because we saw you were able to keep there and keep at the front on the bike. When did you decide to put the burners on in the run?
Yeah, it was pretty challenging. I got to admit, Jelle's should go for a Guinness World Record of putting socks on, because I was right beside him and I was like, "Well, he's already gone. I've got one sock on already." So. Yeah, he put 15 seconds onto me at the start, and I just made sure I was relaxed and slowly caught up to him, which was nice. And then once I caught up to him, I could see it turn into a bit of a tactical race. About lap 4, I decided to put the afterburners on just to see how he was feeling, and yeah, I was able to drop him and then just kept a good pace there.
I mean, we absolutely loved watching it in the commentary box. What's it like to race someone like Jelle? Obviously, both of you, we're sort of creating this, you know, bit of rivalry between you. We love watching you race together. How does it feel to be a part of?
Yeah, no, it's super nice. You know, it was actually one of the first times we've run off the bike together, so it was super interesting. And yeah, it was, yeah, obviously when you go out there, you're a little bit stressed out because he's already got a big lead on you, and you know, he's one of the best runners in the sport at this distance. So I was a little bit nervous, but just made sure not to go out too hard and just control myself and just race smart, get ice on, get water on the face, on the body, and yeah, just do what I can to keep the body cool and just race my own race, and hopefully, yeah, that's enough to get back to the front.
I mean, your season so far on the T100, 4 starts, 4 wins, an incredible record. What? You make it look so easy. Tell us that it's not easy. Tell us that it's actually really hard.
Honestly, you know, like I always take a risk. I think Rico actually joined me with the risk today, but you know, no swim skin, and it paid off again today. You know, I was right off the back of the front group, but then I was out about 3rd place, which was really nice and could get into the rhythm. But honestly, it was probably one of the hardest bikes I've done this season. Whether it was my legs or whether it was on, it was, yeah, I couldn't go with Margier at the end. At that 50k mark, but wow, like for 50k it was just on, and then it kind of like yeah, eased up a little bit, and you can kind of gather yourself. But I was pushing pretty hard on the bike just to keep within, and was hoping that the legs would turn up on the run. But definitely a hard day out, especially when you know, the blue sky comes out and the Spanish sun starts to beat down on you. Yeah,
it did, didn't it? Into your bike course, and then you know, you got 140 points now out of your 4 races. It's a perfect. You couldn't go to Qatar in a better position. What does this mean for the rest of your season?
It's super nice, you know, like I'm still looking forward to racing a Wollongong, and I've got the same objective to go there and race hard, and same with Dubai as well. And you know, I've come out to say, you know, I really want to win every race, so I'll be pushing until Qatar. And as I said, like you know, the season isn't over until Qatar, and I've been in this position many times, and I'm falling short. So I was going to keep the pressure on and hopefully to do well in Qatar to bring it home, but it's still a long season for sure.
It certainly is. Hayden, congratulations again. Incredible performance. We're going to switch you out with Jelle. Thank you very much. Cheers. Jelle, congratulations. 2nd spot. How do you reflect on that?
Yeah, like Marta van Riel said last week after Nice, I tried but died. Yeah, I had a good swim again, but it stayed again very close, everything together, and then felt good on the bike. But then, yeah, unfortunately crashed with start of lap 2. When I was laying on the ground, I thought, that's race over. But then got myself together, and it took me a couple laps to get back to the group. And
sorry, you crashed?
Yeah.
We didn't see that. Just tell us about that.
Yeah. Yeah, basically the second roundabout going out on lap 2, I got in the red with Hayden, so I had to overtake, but then on the roundabout it got a bit close and I went too quick and just slid out and hit the deck quite hard, and my shoe was like stuck in my bike, and it took me a while to get back up, tie my shoe again, and I think I was like 45 seconds back, and slowly made my way back up to the main group, and then I think I was there with like 2 laps to go and tried to like recover a bit from it, and then had a good T2 and like really went for it, but then the heat and stuff got the better of me and I really had to go in survival mode, and that's also the time where you start to feel the crash. You know, it's all good until the adrenaline dies off, and then you start to struggle, and then like hip hurts and elbow hurts. But yeah, anyway, I'm happy I still came second.
Yeah, amazing performance. I say we didn't see that in the commentary box, so even more incredible given that context. Look, we've loved watching your battle with Hayden so far this year. I've heard you say how much you want to beat him. You can still beat him this year, can't you?
Well, to be honest, it's not been much of a battle yet. Here, at least it was for 6K, maybe 6.5. Yeah, I believe that I can. I definitely feel like my shape is slowly going down with all the racing. So I'm going to take a break now and do a good training block leading into first 70.3 Worlds in Marbella and then Qatar, the final, and hope to be really in contention there for the win in both races, and really be able to give Hayden a proper fight until the end.
Well, that is mouth-watering stuff for the end of the season. Jelle, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your time. We're going to switch you out with Jonas. Wow, Jonas, I'm surprised you can even walk. How are you feeling?
Why? No, just kidding. I'm super tired. 6 days after an Ironman racing here with all the top guys. But I'm super stoked with the result. I had no expectations coming here. Did basically the whole week nothing, just resting and tried to recover from knees last week. But coming here with the podium, even better.
I was going to say, what on earth have you done this week to try and prepare your body to be able to compete here on the T100?
I did a 5-minute swim and a 10-minute jog. And that's it, basically. Try to sleep as much as possible, eating, sleeping, resting. And then it kind of worked. The swim was, I had a good position, tried to play defense all day, not pushing against my odds, actually, kind of, and waiting and save as much as possible the energy, yes.
And that battle with Mathis Margirier right at the end, how much did you understand just how close he was at the finish?
I've seen him all day every time at the turning points. I could see he's coming closer. 6 Ks to go. I was pretty dead actually, but I managed to hold on, and I was backing my sprint in the last 500 meters. I'm actually quite strong and happy with that.
Yeah, well, we loved watching it in the commentary box. Honestly, box office stuff, being able to put that performance in after what you did in Nice. So, Jonas, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going to have a look at the race results down here. And just confirmation then that it was Hayden Wilde who won the fastest run of anyone, which again is no surprises given how easy he made that look. Jelle Geens came home in second. Good, interesting to learn about that bike crash as well. Jonas Schomburg, as we've just spoken to him, he finished in third. Mathis Margirier in fourth. Sam Dickinson with the fastest swim of anyone in fifth. Moreno of Spain in sixth. Yuri Kulin in seventh. Mene Koolhaas in eighth. Gregory Barnaby in ninth. And Rico Bogan with the fastest bike of anyone. That's a clean sweep, I think, in the T100. He finished in 10th.
Well, we are back at the women's race. The two leaders, we still have Kate Woff and Lucy Charles-Barclay. There has been no change in those two since they pretty much came, well, as they entered the water and have continued to take charge of this race. Jess Learmonth rounding out the third Brit. Unfortunately with a penalty, which she was quite frustrated by, but in contention, so 1 minute back. And Hannah Berry from New Zealand has moved up into fourth place. So she's continuing to do what she's kind of done all season, is just put her head down, keep her where she needs to and keep chipping away. And I'm really loving it. I'm really loving how she's attacking these races.
I made it back. Nice little jog that we got on from the finish line. I tell you what, it is warm out there. It is very, very warm. Emma, I just wanted to get your thoughts really. What did you make of those interviews in terms of, you know, finding out that Jelle had a crash and he was still able to compete? That was incredible.
I didn't see any signs. I didn't see anything on his race suit that indicated that he had a crash. I didn't see any broken skin. So yeah, I'm also astonished. But he mentioned, you know, and it's always true after a crash that when that adrenaline wears off, you know, how you feel. So, you know, he somewhat sounded a little bit deflated. But given what he shared with us, well, somewhat incredible also that he's come away with the second. However, I just can't underestimate Jonas, coming in third. I mean, incredible. I love the recovery in between. He was very honest, but look, it worked. He surprised himself, and I think, you know, that's also what this racing's about. Being able to show up and yeah, put in a fantastic performance behind these two guys who are basically, you know, the front end of this series.
So that's the men's race. Beautiful shots here from our drone, seeing the front of the women's race. And that's what a 3-second gap looks like on these roads. As our women are on the final lap of this bike course.
It's ever just so deceptive, you know. We've said all along it is a flat course, but it's, you know, it's almost sometimes that false flat. I think that's what, you know, Hayden attested to, that the bike was so hard. I mean, they make it look comfortable and smooth and easy, but, you know, it's just sometimes what makes it hard is that continuous pressure, that being in that continuous position. I mean, only at the other end where they've got a few turns and yes, a few change of gears here coming up to a dead U-turn, but otherwise sometimes it's this type of racing that really just, you know, we saw Matthias Marger that those cramps can set in because you're just not having any variance in your movement. You're not, you know, getting out of your saddle, you're not getting up and changing the dynamics of your muscles, and it's just this almost hardening that sort of sets in. And then given the heat on top of that, you know, the way you're losing the salts and the hydration, you know, at a quicker rate than what you might normally. So interesting to hear those comments, and I think, you know, I think these girls are going to also attest to feeling the same.
Yeah, an hour later, of course, that the women are racing, so even more heat to contend with. But that's quite a sizable gap they've got over Jess Learmont. Just looking further down there, Ash Gentle 6 minutes off the lead. Even by her amazing run ability, that probably wouldn't be what she was looking at the start of the day.
Very surprised to see Ash has dropped back that far. Definitely not what we would have expected, and not something that she would be hoping for either. So a lot of new names in that top 10 as well. So interesting to see where all these athletes that are having their debut performances, what they can show us.
Yeah. So as the leaders make their way over that bridge, you can see that's the distance to the chase group. All perfectly spaced out, all within 20 meters. It's good to see. So Julie Duron still at the top of the women's standings in the race to Qatar. Something tells me by the end of today we might have a new leader.
We have a race on our hands.
Yeah, so I mentioned, Emma, there might be a new leader in the race to Qatar come the end of today. Kate Wopp has only raced in 3 races, so I would imagine this is a really good opportunity, isn't it? Just to stamp her mark and say, on the minute. I mean, you see what with Hayden, he's got 140 points, a perfect number going to Qatar.
He set himself up, as best he can, given the circumstances in this second half of the season. And I think that's what we're witnessing is that, the first half there of the year and the season, and we've had this beautiful, 5 different winners, and maybe today's the first day we see someone take, finally 2 in the series, but. It's being able to, get in that training in between all the races, weighing up where your points are at. Do I get in a big training block? Do I miss one out in order to capitalise on gaining those vital points in the grand final? So it's interesting. I love the dynamics that are coming into play, not just in the racing, but in terms of the series and the system in general of how athletes, need to ultimately try and time it perfectly. Kate is certainly one that I think is, come in with clear intention to come to this series and to want to execute it again. I mean, imagine that both Hayden and Kate coming into this series. If we were to forecast, further down to two wildcards, or I should say 2, debutants into this to this distance. But it's I think it just tells a great story of how these athletes are having to plan their year and take into account series points in order to take away this title.
What have you made of the way Kate has adapted to life on the T100? She, a bit like Hayden, I guess, sorry to make the comparison again, but they've made it look really easy coming from short course.
I think what I draw a lot from, particularly the short course athletes that are coming across the T100, is they've typically come from, I would say maybe more majority. There are quite a few that have come maybe from the age group arena, but those ones that have come from a federation and have had the support and have got to understand what they need in terms of what we were referring to, and not just a coach, not just your equipment, but what do I need in terms of my recovery? What do I need when I have an injury? Who do I go to if I get sick in order to find my best way back to health? How do I get these tests done? And when you're in a federation, that's more often or not, you've got that huge greater network around you in which you're able to rely upon. And for someone like Kate, who now comes across to a distance where you are basically set up to have to find your own team. You need to find what it is that you need on a daily basis, or when you have an emergency or you fall ill, how do I accumulate the people around me and create the best network in order for me to find that continual training and consistency? So I think that comes with time, and it's something that, it's vital to their success. And you see that within even just all the races, the community of people that are around them, some often partners or support staff that, typically most of them have got at least someone with them here in order to help continue to execute them having the performance they need to on the day they show up to race.
I thought what Lucy was saying recently with how she's feeling so fit and so strong and wanting to race a bit, which of course we touched on earlier, but the notion that, like, how fit can you get from racing? Is if you build racing into your actual sort of training regime, is that a way to actually achieve your goals, say, by the end of the year?
It's an interesting one. So you can have, different variations in the sense that, you're coming out of long training blocks, and you always used to say, like that first race of the season was almost like having to blow the cobwebs out of the system, get back into that really high-end threshold that you're nearly getting to in training, but you can't actually all put together until race day, and sometimes it takes a few of those races. Now you're kind of finding like some of the athletes are, I'll use Ash as an example, discussing the second half of the season, like having this amount of racing, she feels that she's not able to get the block of training in to be able to then race other races well. So you're having like almost the contrary, in which they're like, okay, I actually need to maybe step out a race, put now in a huge block of training in order to get my fitness back up to where I can, because 3 weeks between these sorts of races, there's not a huge amount of work that they can improve upon. It's mostly about, you know, prevention, not pulling up with any injuries. It's capitalizing on, yes, the fitness you got from racing, but it's just really minor tweaks compared to going in and maybe putting in, you know, like we've seen some of them doing an altitude block, adapting to that, getting that fatigue, getting that endurance again, then honing their speed, then coming back into a race. So it's, you know, it's a very new dynamic, and probably something, you know, a little bit different to what I was accustomed to, or the days in where, you know, you were preparing for a world championship in October, and you would have, you know, one other A-game race for July, and that was sort of, you know, where you planned your season out, whereas now they're looking at it very differently, and having to really try and calculate as best they can as the season goes on as well.
That is the art of being a professional athlete, I imagine, isn't it? Just being able to peak for the right moments. But it's all very well saying that at the start of the year, sitting down with your coaches, I guess, but to actually do it is another thing, isn't it?
I mean, peaking used to be that it was a one-day world championship, and you had many races that would lead up to that, and would lead into accumulating points to that one final. However, you know, we're seeing time in day, you know, week in, week out, someone the likes of Hayden just able to back up, and it seems like peak at every single race. And, you know, that's a big credit to, you know, the type of training and the coaches and the support staff that he has around him in order to be able to execute that the way he can. And not all athletes can do that either. So, you know, it can become a little bit dependent on, you know, the type of athlete you are, and also where you've been coming from. You know, some who have faced injury and illness, you know, sometimes lingering, as Lucy attested to, you know, just feeling like, you know, sometimes the odds were against her, and it's just that momentum and believing in, you know, the process that, you know, everything is still an improvement, and then getting that to come together all at the right time, and when it does, gosh, I mean, it's the best time of your career, and you don't want it to go away, and you want to keep racing with it.
Yeah, I bet you want to bottle those moments, don't you, for forever. So transition not far away at all, as Kate Waugh just undoes one of her shoes. This is the final corner before they will make their way onto the second transition zone. And Emma, look, I mean, as positions go for these two athletes, this is right where they want to be, and it also potentially gives us an amazing opportunity to see them battle again on the run.
Interesting that the different dismounts. Kate's still got the short course racing flying dismount,
which was quicker.
it always is quicker, and Lucy, you know, more accustomed to probably just being able to afford the time, you know, on longer distance races with her transition. So, but it's certainly something that's always worth practicing.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that for the first time in a race, that's for sure. She made it look very, very easy. So socks going on for Lucy Charles-Barclay. Socks going on also for Kate Waugh. And this is where they'll start to understand just how much that bike course has taken out of their legs. But pretty much the gap that they went into the transition zone, they come out.
They were almost in unison. I felt like each of them had one sock on, then the shoe. They were almost. Oh,
Lucy's
dear.
dropped something.
What is she? She looked like she had a plastic bag with something in it, and
yeah, looks like it might have been some nutrition or a gel, perhaps. So decided to go back and get it, but Kate, I guess, in that moment, probably opens up a 10-second lead or so, you would think. So Jessica Learmonth, she had a penalty for drafting in that bike leg. You would think she would be right at the very front. She's going to have to make do with being in third at the moment. She'll lace on her running shoes. And Jess has been speaking that she's actually been able to run a lot more in the last few weeks, which is really good to see because she's been struggling with running injuries all year.
She has really struggled with, I think, lower leg calf injuries and just not being able to get that consistency of running in that she would have liked to. And while we were in Fréjus, that the same thing had occurred, but it was that she was unwell and was unwell and was sick, and wasn't able to finish the race there. So let's hope that that she's able to that consistency now is able to pick up, and it appears that both of them are dropping nutrition out of bags and pockets.
Contagious. Maybe that slightly negated the timing gap. Would you run with a watch in this circumstance?
I had exactly that same thought then, and thinking, I don't think I could actually get it done up, and that's probably why Hayden just runs with his without the straps, because I think I would certainly drop it. Trying to fit all that on, even I never ever race with the watch regardless, and clearly these athletes are taking them with them from transition. But no, I think given what we know now and the technology and the way we can race and the pacing and this distance, yes, if I was out there now, I would say I'd have to pick up a watch, but I don't think I could put it on.
So that is Hannah Berry making her way into the transition zone. Caroline Pohl just behind. This is the chasing group. These are the athletes that will hope to catch up to Kate Woff and Lucy Charles-Barclay at the front.
India Lee there also, who third in the French Riviera just also 3 weeks ago. I feel like that also probably buoyed her confidence a bit, and I'd like to think that she's going to try and hunt down that sort of breakaway of girls, and she's proven it before, and I think she's gaining momentum.
Yeah, India Lee has spoken about how she was very much deliberately at the start of the season trying to peak at this time of year, because obviously this is when the prizes get handed out. This is when there's a bulk of racing. She's nailed it if that was her intention.
Yeah, I mean, timing in a series, in a year-long events like this, and it's not always by decision or by default that you want to have maybe not so great races earlier on, but it could be. I mean, we've seen her take away a win in 2024, and we've seen that she's capable of winning over these distances. Her and Ash have had some, we're kind of at the forefront of this for some time. So it's great to see her back and clawing her way back into these podium spots.
So that is Sarah Perez-Salat coming into transition. Excellent swim from her. And decent bike as well. Being cheered on, of course, by the Spanish fans here in Oropesa del Mar. How much of this transition is about cooling down, about adapting to the conditions? Because obviously they look very tired coming in, but there must be an element of just like take a few seconds, gather your thoughts to help you in the next phase.
I think, yeah, transition, like at that point, there's not really much cooling or anything you can do. I mean, they have got ice and water outside. It's a bit like we saw, with a penalty when things don't go in the box. It's just about, it sounds silly, but like literally slowing things down enough not to make a mistake, because the hurry of transition is like, okay, I want to get out on the run, I want to get going, but there's no point when you cost yourself a 30-second penalty if you didn't, necessarily get your helmet in. But I mean, these guys are putting on, I should say, these ladies are putting on socks before they put on their shoes. That's something that I never dealt with. I personally don't think I would have been very good at either. And but it is something that you literally, as you're getting off, like thinking through and slowing it down and ensuring that you have everything. And as we saw with Lucy, you know, like not dropping anything on the way out and making sure that you've got your nutrition with you.
So that is Ash Gentle coming into transition, 6:19 back at that last checkpoint. She'll be able to make up some time, won't she? I guess 6 minutes potentially still is a really tall ask, isn't it?
I think a very tall ask to Lucy Charles-Barclay and to Kate Waugh, but you know, to maybe claw away onto third in the podium, it could be in sight. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the bike has taken something out of her, if it's as hard as what, you know, maybe the men had attested to. So I think we'll get to see her form in a few meters once we get her out on the run.
So the leaders on the left of that road, that's Kate Waugh, that's Lucy Charles-Barclay, and of course that's Jess Learmonth, who can see exactly what a 1 minute gap looks like. And interesting that Kate, taking the initiative, has gone out in front. So just looking further back, Hannah Berry, Hannah DeWitt, India Lee, Caroline Pohl. Of those athletes, Emma, who do you fancy with the run prowess?
I would still say India Lee. You know, I think she showed her form in Fréjus just 3 weeks ago, where the same thing, she just kept ticking away, you know, plugging at the kilometres and just clawing back athletes. And I also believe, you know, once you sort of had that momentum again going forward and you know you've done it in a race, it again, you know, it gives you that confidence of, all right, like we're here again, I can pull back every athlete, and it's just like almost like pegging them off and just one by one. So I still believe that, you know, probably India would be my pick at this point in the game.
And this is the beauty of this course. You do get to see where all of your fellow competitors are.
And remind yourself that everyone's suffering, no matter where you are, no matter where you are at the front of the race or you're battling for fourth. Yeah, I think you know, these sorts of courses are always great for that sort of thing, and seeing other athletes out around, you know, like a sort of, yeah, as sick as it is, you know you're in a world of pain, but it's also somewhat nice knowing everyone else is in it with you too, and you know, surviving the conditions, because you know, these girls are certainly, yeah, they're certainly getting more heat than what the men were enduring, starting that little bit later. But Lucy's moved right onto the shoulder of Kate again. I'll be curious to see how long she's going to sit there for.
Yeah, she has, hasn't she? Just thinking back to Kate's season and obviously that win in Singapore. Make no mistake, she can race really, really well in the heat. I mean, Singapore probably the most difficult challenge of the whole season when it comes to heat. And, you know, she had the largest winning margin in T100 history.
Yes, agree. But where also Lucy has excelled, I mean, Kona conditions, they are second to none in terms of heat and humidity. I mean, Singapore is incredible, but I think you just can't discount Lucy's experience in a race that long and her ability to withstand those conditions. So I think, yeah, given Kate has excelled in Singapore the way she did, Lucy would certainly back herself, and knowing that heat is not a factor for her. And in actual fact, she loves it. She thrives on it. She goes to Lanzarote very often to do training blocks and training camps, particularly in the lead up to going to Kona. So I think that's not playing a factor. I don't see it playing a factor for Lucy or Kate, if I'm honest. And I think that's what makes this this two-woman race at the front all the more exciting.
Yeah, we're still on the first lap, but cannot wait to see how this one unfolds. As we said, in London, we were treated to an incredible battle between both of these athletes, and it looks like exactly the same is happening again here in Spain. So Kate obviously leading them out in front. What are the tactics at this stage in the race, Emma? What are you looking to do? She'll be fully aware, won't she, of obviously Lucy behind her. Will she think this is very much a two-horse race now and to concentrate on the immediate?
If I was Kate right now, I would be thinking that Lucy's got in the back of her mind a 42K marathon she's going to be doing in 3 weeks' time. This is just purely speculation, purely if this was me and I had Lucy Charles, if I felt privy to having Lucy Charles-Barclay on my shoulder. And I would just be wanting to wind up the pace as best as I can on Lucy sooner than later, because Lucy clearly has the endurance to go longer. Like, that is her forte. So if I was Kate and I felt capable, it's just being able to put that accelerator on and try to just keep stretching her and try to make that elastic break sooner than later, because the longer the race goes on, I do think that Lucy, that is her strength. But we saw how well she's running as well. Like, that is not to be underestimated. And Lucy looks great. Like, she's, we've seen that she looks happy. She says she's healthy. We know she's healthy now from her results. And she also has like this, really nice lightness about her running too, that makes me think that, she's also not going to just let Kate run away with it either. She's going to go in with the fight.
And what about Kate's technique as a runner? What are the differences between Lucy and Kate here?
They both look so calm and controlled. Like, I think there's just something about, whether you want to say it's the British system of running and the way they're taught to run. They're not as maybe as forefront as some of the British women who race short course and really sort of, higher up on their toes. But they just are such beautiful runners. Like, they just have a style about them that is very energy efficient. And when it comes to running off the bike in these longer distances, I mean, that's incredibly key. It's not maybe like the likes of the longer limbs, and they've got a beautiful turnover. Their shoulder carriage is really, really calm and low, and I think that for them is all that's needed at this point in time, and just conserving that energy.
So that is Hannah Berry there leading the chase pack, 3:27 behind the lead at the last count. And Jess Learmont still going very well in third. We mentioned, of course, that she's been doing a bit more running, that she's been able to deal with the injury that's kind of plagued her whole season. She's been so impressive on the swim, as you would expect with Jess. She's been an incredible biker as well. But the run, what's the saying? Bike for show, run for dough. Just goes to show, doesn't it? You need to have a good run to back up the rest of your race.
Oh, it can be so infuriating when you just can't get in that consistency in your running. And Ash has mentioned the same, through the season with a bit of Achilles tendinopathy, and it just hampering you and hindering you from just able to get out the amount of training, particularly in one discipline. It can just play such mind games with yourself as well. And it's so good to see her, because we've seen her so often at the front of the race and not able to run to where she's been before, and able to run. So getting that consistency in now and turning it around, I think is just key to just being able to chip away at the season.
Now, you might have noticed someone missing from the start list today is Lucy Byron. And tragically, since Lucy came fourth at the T100 French Riviera 3 weeks ago, her partner Sam O'Shea was killed while out on a training ride. And Sam was by Lucy's side for every T100 race that she did. She became integrated in the T100, he became integrated in the T100 community, often found down in Foy's bike workshop or helping people around him, and of course supporting Lucy in the race. At the athlete briefing this week, there was a minute's silence held in Sam's memory.
Triathlon is certainly a community that has come together and supports each other, and Sam's impact will long be remembered, and he'll be deeply missed. Finally, to Lucy and to Sam's family, we are all thinking of you.
So back at the front of this race,
And Kate Waugh and Lucy Charles-Barclay still neck and neck, still pushing each other on. And I think, I mean, we're early on in this run course, but it looks very much like these guys at the front are going to be giving us a race right to the finish between them. Those injuries that Lucy has dealt with throughout her career, and especially last year when she was so frustrated, I think it's just really nice to see an athlete racing, isn't it? And enjoying what they're doing. I mean, how much of racing is enjoying it, and how much does that bleed into your results?
I think injuries are a part of any athlete's natural curve and pushing the limits and the boundaries. And I think that's what, when things are going well, makes it all the much more sweeter, and the emotion comes out, as we saw with Lucy, that putting it together finally, it's not like injuries just stop you full stop from training. If anything, you're actually putting in more time and energy into either figuring it out, finding a different way to go about it, different recovery, trying different equipment. It's just so multifaceted, and that comes with so much more energy costs. It might not be physical, but it's the mental and emotional cost that comes with putting energy into something that's seemingly not going right. So yeah, when we hear these athletes talk about just so happy to be fit and healthy and able to be out here racing, it is a different kind of euphoria when you've gone through those really hard, dark times and trying to figure it out, and all of a sudden you see that light at the end of the tunnel, and you can pass through the tunnel to the end of it, and it's that becomes celebratory in itself. And I think that's where Lucy's at, where you get then that feeling of okay, I've figured this out, I've gone through those tough times, I'm stronger for it. Nobody likes to go through it, nobody likes the tough times, but it is the evolution, and it is part and parcel of a professional athlete, riding that thin line all the time, that fine line between getting my performance to be better than it was prior, going over the limit. Okay, I have to take half a step back again in order then to take another 2 steps forward. But as mathematical and as much as we know now about what we can do in terms of human performance, it is still humans, and there still are those times and places in which athletes do break down, and we're just not machines.
I think it says an awful lot about Lucy's mentality as well, that she's able to get so many second places on the T100, able to come back to the front and able to win, finally get that win. It's impressive stuff. Just another glimpse there at that chase group. Jess Learmonth really holding firm here in 3rd position. Don't know how much she'll have her sights set on Kate Waugh and Lucy Charles-Barclay out in front, but 3rd place. I say, been able to do a lot more running and training. She looks certainly a lot more comfortable running than she did in some of the other races that we've seen her this season.
It was very visible that she was struggling with injuries. I think with the calves, it's just lower limb injury stuff. There's no way around it on the run. It's just so evident when you're in pain and discomfort. So from this point of view, it looks like she's been able to put together some great running and be able to find her form again on the run. And again, it's one of those things that also just comes with racing, and just having to put it out there on race day and having to show up, sometimes underdone on the run, but you know what, I'm going to peg this as another great training session in order to get me into this next block of training again, making sure that I've been able to finish the race, nothing untoward has come from it, and okay, can I build that momentum from there? So I feel like everyone's always at different places and at different stages in terms of where their body's at and what it's doing.
So We've mentioned it a few times, but the race to Qatar, of course, hugely important this season. The quest to become the overall champion here on the T100. Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kate Waugh both have their eyes set on it.
We have a race on our hands.
Yeah, that is the beauty of the T100. We've got not only our individual races, but all of our athletes competing across the year to become our overall Race to Qatar champion. Just back on to Jess Lim. I mean, she DNF'd in France, and we found out that was because she was kept up all night, basically, by her son, Fred. It's really challenging, isn't it, as an elite athlete? When you're traveling around the world, she's obviously trying to bring her family with her, but there's also costs that come with that, especially with a 2-year-old.
I mean, Jess is very unique, and in a sense, you know, being a mother and bringing a small baby on tour is, I find, incredible and able to do. But in the same breath, like this, you know, she's so fortunate to have such an incredible job and, you know, have that two-way of bringing her family around as support staff, but have them with her. And I think we see that with, you know, all these athletes, not just, you know, the ones that have children, but so often it's more than, it's, you know, it's a small team. It takes, you know, at least one of them coming around to all these events. And Jess, I mean, I take my hat off to her. I really do. Like, there is just there's not the opportunity to rest in between sessions. It's, you know, typically an athlete, you know, they go and do their training and all the other things in terms of recovery. But, you know, naps were a part of my protocol in order to keep me healthy. And having a toddler, there's just no time for that. So you really have to take your hat off to someone like Jess, who's, yeah, traveling around the world, training, racing, and having a supportive husband that's able to bring, you know, their son along with them. But, I mean, what an incredible experience to say that you're racing at the world's best, and for her son to have these memories of seeing, you know, what a rock star of a mum he has, that's, you know, out racing these girls and also seeing the world in which she gets to compete in.
I wonder if he'll remember it. I wonder if he'll remember going to Spain when he was 2 years old and seeing his mum race.
It's fascinating what they do remember. I think they surprise you in more ways and can bring up things that you least expect. But I think, you know, like it's a fantastic opportunity for her. I think mostly as a family, for them to have these experiences together, and why not? And the opportunity that these females, so they choose in their career. That they can have both, that they can be racing at world-class level, they can get pregnant, they can be supported through that, have the time that they need, and then come back to racing. And I think that's something that, you know, our sport has been so supportive of females. I think from the get-go, we're a sport where we've, you know, from the beginning, we've competed over the same distances, received the same prize money, and to have this shift forward that mothers are able to compete and have this opportunity to continue their careers is something I feel proud of, actually, to say, you know, triathlon has really took on board and supports, and we can see, you know, currently a mum running in third place, and we have another mum with 2 small children in the field, which is in fact is Rico Bogan's sister, which I find absolutely phenomenal. But you know, it takes a village to raise a child and also to make a champion.
I guess as athletes, to be successful, you do have to be selfish to a point. Is that fair? You have to look after number one, because you're the only person who can make you better when it comes to sort of your training and all of those parts that are so important to you. So it must be quite an adjustment for these athletes, also having to share that time with young children.
I'm not sure why you added selfish to a point. You know,
I was trying to be polite.
You know, I maintain, like, an athlete, they truly have to be selfish in order to do what they're doing. And selfish is not necessarily a negative thing in this setting. You know, from personal experience, I knew that's what I needed to do when I was racing. Being a supporter of someone that needed also to be selfish to do what he did. I was always the first person to say to Jan that he needed to do what he needed to do to be the best, because I also, you know, wanted to see that he could get the most out of himself, and there's no doubt that each one who is here supporting these athletes feel the same way.
Yeah, selfish ultimately, but leads to incredible results, incredible moments in your career. And the career of an athlete isn't a hugely long one, is it? And I guess you do have to seize those moments and seize those opportunities when they come along.
It is a matter of capitalising on what you have at the time and what you can make of it. And that's why you see these travelling tribes, you know. Even for me coming back to races, I get a great deal of, you know, I have to say, like, I love being around this community still and seeing these athletes and seeing the evolution of athletes that have continued to come through with their own support. And bring the people that they bring to these races, but that goes beyond, you know, to the people that put on the races and the technical officials and everybody that here is part of this greater community. So, you know, it is very much, yes, a selfish sport, but it is hugely a team effort.
Yeah, just looking at, we've got Sophie Ampere there, just in front of Hannah Berry. Hannah Berry is a lap ahead of Sophie. I mean, you speak about obviously having children and that being a part of your career as well. But you look at someone like Hannah, who's got a PhD in biotech engineering, and she actually quit her job in medical research back in 2020 to go full time as a triathlete. You're balancing so many plates and spinning so many plates, aren't you, as an athlete here? It's a miracle that you're able to somehow keep all of them going.
I'm always so impressed that people who have been able to study and, you know, maybe take on Ironman as, you know, from an age group perspective, and then see that they've got real potential and want to have a go at taking it and being a pro. I think, you know, that to me is honestly, I think, much harder work than, you know, putting yourself in a system where you are solely and wholly, you know, relying on wanting to be the best athlete and sometimes not having anything else. But I mean, I take my hat off to these smarty pants and who are able to compete such amazing degrees and then come away and look at coming and being a professional athlete. And again, I maintain it's such an incredible experience to see the world. And there's been a few stories of that where, you know, people have, you know, whether it's just life-changing moments or just realizing, if not now, when, and taking it and let's just see where it goes. And Hannah, I feel like in all her interviews is kind of, I feel like she approaches these races with that attitude of just like, I feel lucky to be traveling the world and seeing what I'm doing, and triathlon certainly lends itself to having a lot of frequent flyer points and having a lot of fun doing it though. And I think we're fortunate to have that many stories that come to weave the story of this sport.
All right. I'm not hitting the accelerator at all. I'm not. My head isn't even moving.
Kate and Lucy still very much at the front of this race, but just about to enter frame. Around 6 minutes at the last count. That is Ashleigh Gentle.
So Ash has clawed back a tiny little bit of time, but it's nothing very significant. She just briefly, she looked like, you know, Ash, like she didn't look like she was in any amount of discomfort. So it'll be curious to see whether or not she can find some legs and you know, pull back a few positions, which I think, given those splits, looking at them, I think is quite, you know, more than capable if there's nothing nothing that's happened, like we didn't, you know, that we hadn't picked up, like with Jelle, a crash or she suffered, but she doesn't appear to be suffering from what we briefly just saw.
You spent a bit of time with Ash over the last few weeks. How is she? give us some insight into how Ash has been.
I tell you, she actually has a very good ping pong game. So yeah, after Fréjus, we were back in Andorra and had a great run and chat with her. But I have to say, I think my kids got the most enjoyment out of her, and probably even more enjoyment out of telling their dad that Ash Gentle was by far a better ping pong player than him, and was continually asking me when she could come back around and play again. So, you know, unhidden talents. I was saying before that, you know, triathletes didn't have really great hand-eye coordination or maybe ball skills, but I have to say, after seeing Ash, yeah, she was up for it. So, but you know, Ash is, she's we've known her over this distance, and I think, you know, we've talked about Lucy so much and going through these, you know, I don't even want to say bad patches, but these patches of, you know, tough experiences and tough learnings, and Ash really took it upon herself to, you know, do things differently, saw the athletes coming through. And I think, you know, sometimes like there's this like mental hold on you that comes across when things are not coming right, and you do question whether that was the right decision. Was it, you know, should I have just kept things going the way they were? And it's hard not to ask yourself those questions, and therefore then question yourself and question your own ability. And then you compound that with, you know, we live in a world now where a lot of people have an opinion. Everyone's human, and you can't not, you know, hear it, and you can't not think about it. And it's challenging, I think, you know, for athletes for us to look at them and see them as superhuman in what they are and the way they race and compete. But there's so many more complexities that go on to them, you know, as a person, which, you know, ultimately affects what happens in training and racing. So she was definitely, you know, very positive and very happy this week with with her Achilles, and it didn't seem to be a problem. However, they did note that, you know, whether or not the beach start could have been a bit of an issue, or could have, you know, maybe have made things a little bit worse. But you know, I think Ash is you know, she's maintained all along. She's committed to this season. She's committed to this racing. She's going to see it through. She wants to be there in Qatar, and she wants to be up there, and she still wants to fight for the win. And I think that's the best attitude you need to have.
Well, it was a win last time out in France. Let's hear from her on how she on what she made of it.
It was really nice to take the win in Fréjus. I think, you know, it had been a while since I'd won a T100 race, but, you know, I wasn't totally expecting it because this year hasn't really gone the way that I would like for it to have gone. But yeah, you take those wins and you take those good times when they come. So I definitely enjoyed it. But to be honest, you know, this race has rolled around super quickly. These European races being only 3 weeks apart, there's not much time to absorb too much, and you've kind of got to get back on track for the next one. Yeah, I think that, yeah, this year I've been asked a lot, like, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you winning? You've won before. Why aren't you on the podium? But, you know, it's like I've mentioned before, it's really tough. These races are extremely competitive, and, you know, I have to absorb all of those questions all of those times. But I guess that's kind of what you get when you have won before and you have been on those podiums. So I'm grateful that I have had success in the T100 and the PTO Tour, but yeah, it comes with added, I guess, expectation and pressure.
Yeah, she said on Jelle Geens and Aaron Royal's All in Triathlon podcast, she did an interview a couple of weeks ago, she was saying that it's felt like a grind this season, nothing's really come easy. I guess all the more rewarding when it does happen and when you do win, but still mighty frustrating to be in that lull period across the year.
When you feel like you're doing everything right, and yes, okay, given she has had a bit of the Achilles, but it does start wearing on you, it really does, and you just feel like you just can't shake this monkey off your back. And, you know, as expectations are high from her, and she has those of herself too, it just becomes this sort of almost this cloud that sits with you, and yeah, the relief of a win reminding yourself that I am capable of doing it is something that, you know, I really think she really needed. She knows she needed, and yeah, it's just how to get that clarity to race. And yeah, like we've seen with a lot of these athletes, you know, happy athletes are by far the best athletes on race day, and I think we'll continue to see Ash, you know, racing well throughout the season. I have no doubt about that.
You mentioned that you played ping pong with Ash back at home. Well, so I was watching on the T100 YouTube channel that a couple of the athletes have been playing paddle this week, and it's quite fun watching really good athletes not be very good at something. And paddle, I don't think, is something that a lot of them are very good at.
Oh, I think, you know, as much as triathlon is jack of all trades, master of none, I'm not sure outside of that many of us have, you know, many other sports skills to offer. But I guess that's the beauty of, you know, being at the beginning and starting something and being really bad. You realise, you know, and sometimes maybe it's a good reminder to show yourself, you know, in the sport that you're trying to harness, how good you've become. You know, there's nothing better than starting something and realising, you know, oh my gosh, I've got so much improvement to make. Because at least every time you pick up the paddle and you're hitting a ball, you feel like, well, I'm making improvement, not like these guys with little 1%ers, you know, very often they're trying to make.
So back at the front of the race, is that a little push that Lucy has put in there on Kate Waugh?
Yeah, it does appear like she has decided that now is the time. I'm going to back myself. I'm going to, yeah, maybe her race plan is a negative split this and put the pressure on Kate.
Yeah, well, that's definitely a gap that's picked up. They've been racing side by side all day, or all run, I should say.
Yeah, Lucy's got she's running so well. Like, she really has got like this little bit of lightness. We've seen it before in her, you know, when everything is going well, but she's just, you know, that contact on the ground is just that little bit less, and that turnover is just that little bit faster now than Kate. And she just looks so in form. And I think, yeah, she's sort of put that accelerator down and just put it down nice and softly but firmly, and broken that elastic. I don't see Kate being able to respond to that.
Yeah, could that be the decisive move here in Spain? As Lucy Charles-Barclay, well, looks 30 metres or so further up the road than Kate Waugh. Time will tell. And if you're Kate, what are you thinking in this moment? How do you respond to this? Are you hoping that Lucy perhaps has gone too early, that maybe she's misjudged this?
I think Kate's probably looking at Lucy and thinking, damn, she's going again. I mean, yeah, she's certainly like checking her pace, but I also think Lucy's backing herself, and Kate probably also knows she's the sort of athlete that does. You know, she commits to a move, and she's calculated, and there's no need for her to take a risk. So, Kate, in my opinion, if you were to compare them both side by side, yes, does look like she's struggling a little bit less than Lucy. But again, it's like Jelle, like you just can't let that self-talk come in. You can't let that negativity of like, oh my God, like there they go down the road. Oh my, what am I, you know, you've got to remain within yourself. You've got to find the words or your mantra or the chant in which you need to remind yourself to stay in the moment, because ultimately, what can you do? You can only control what's in control right now, and that's you. You know, she can't control Lucy's gone up the road, but if the mind runs away with her, you're ultimately also giving a lot of wasted energy to someone else, which you vitally need for you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering exactly how much Kate Waugh has got left in the tank here, because she'll know as well as anyone exactly what it means across our season-long narrative in the race to Qatar. Here's where it would end up as things stand, with both Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kate Waugh on 119 points. overtaking Julie Duron and Taylor Knibb. Ash Gentle there. So it's tight at the top, and it's tight in that third, fourth and fifth spot. Don't forget that the best 4 results count across the season. So, you know, that's how it is right now, but plenty of chance to improve on your score and go for the perfect 140, just like Hayden Wilde.
You know, Ash would also be well aware of her points in that regard, and knowing, you know, she still needs to finish really strong and you know, get as many points as she can, considering she still sits in 5th place, and you know, as in the current standings, and 3rd and 4th not being here. Though these two, and I think that's where, you know, Lucy's really made her remarks, in the sense of that, you know, she's feeling that good and she's feeling that great at this point in the season. Like, you know, maybe at this point I can have it all. Maybe I can go for world titles and T100 championships. So I think, you know, hedge your bets and, yeah, try and run away with it. And she looks great to me.
Yeah, really good season on the T100. 3rd in Singapore, 4th in Vancouver, and of course got the win in London. There's a couple of other wins in her season as well across other distances. So this is turning out to be, I should say, quite an incredible season for Lucy Charles-Barclay, and the biggest prizes in Qatar haven't even been handed out yet. 16 seconds now, the gap between her and Kate Waugh in second. And that is Bianca Bogan. You can just see Lucy Charles-Barclay overtake. Mentioned it a few times. Sister of Rico, and I'm sure Rico will be down on the finish line to cheer her home later on. I'm not going to ask you, Emma, how many times you've been lapped, because that's a very unfair question, but I'm just wondering, for those other athletes who see someone like Lucy charging past them at that pace, how does that feel?
It can be two-way. It can be a feeling of like, oh my God, amazing, like the world's fittest female is just running past me and I'm privy to being in the same race as her. What do I need to do, you know, to ever get within those realms? And then there's the, oh my gosh, am I having a bad day? It's, you know, the self-talk is just so critical for everyone, whether you're leading the race or whether you're getting lapped. I think that's the most important thing. But, you know, you can't discount that, you know, so many of these girls are racing throughout the year in a variety of different distances. Some have been given the opportunity as, you know, as wild cards to come up and race at the last minute. And I just think it's such a privilege, you know, any opportunity to compete on the world stage is truly something to be celebrated.
So it doesn't feel all that long ago, does it, that the men's race finished? We can just have a quick moment to reflect on what happened around an hour ago. It was Hayden Wilde who emerged victorious. 4 wins in 4 races on the T100. Jelle Geens came home in second. Super impressive from him, but not quite enough to match Hayden. And that's Jonas Schomburg looking very, very tired as he came over the line. So here's what it means for the standings. And Hayden Wilde with a perfect 140 points, which he will take to Qatar. Jelle Geens in second, and Rico Bogan in third. Mikinu obviously not here this weekend, but he's in fourth. Mathis Margerier propels himself up the standings with another good result here. Martin Van Riel in 6th, Yuri Kulin in 7th, Gregory Barnaby in 8th, Antonio Benito Lopez also not here this weekend in 9th, and Menno Koolhaas rounds out the top 10. So that was the men's race a short while ago. But we're nearing the closing stages here of the women's race. And Ash Gentle with her sights on Hannah Devitt just out in front. I'm sure Hannah will have been told that her partner Hayden Wilde has won. She'll, I'm sure, also be cheered home at the finish line by Hayden as well.
dash is moving really well. I would like to think that, you know, considering she's now got Hannah making the pass, I would think that, you know, she would see Indy Lee in her sights, and I think she's just thinking about points right now. I really think she's just got to, you know, it's not about places, it's about like what are the points I need for this series. You know, she's been at all the races, she's shown up, she's committed, and yeah, it's hard to tell, like, you know, maybe why she's lost so much time on the bike, but she does look like she's running really, really, really nicely.
Are you all right?
Yeah, so that is the move over Hannah de Wit. Takes her into 7th place. And incidentally, while we were talking about the talents of Hannah Berry, having a PhD in biotech engineering, Hannah de Wit also becoming a qualified physio this summer. So not only is she fast, was she well? I mean, she was actually integral, wasn't she, to Hayden's recovery and being able to support him at home was an amazing story.
I would love to know more on that, and whether or not that's something, you know, Hannah has been able to help with Hayden in his recovery. And it was only just a few weeks ago that she was completing her last final exam. So incredible to be balancing, you know, the study that she has and to still come back and race. But yeah, like you mentioned, more importantly to, you know, how much of a role and I guess student did she have in someone like Hayden, you know, going through his recovery, and what was she able to contribute to that. And, you know, unique team if ever there was one under the circumstances.
So this is Lucy Charles-Barclay right at the very front, and that gap up to 30 seconds as Kate Woff there just in the white hat passes Lucy Charles-Barclay. And Lucy, Emma, able to put in that gap, but she's not looking like slowing down, is she?
No, she looks great. Like it's the Lucy that we've seen in I think top form. You know, swimming incredibly beautifully. Looking like she was doing it easy. A couple of backstroke turns around those first few cans we saw in the water earlier this morning. So controlled on the bike, and just looks so light and so efficient on the run. I think she's right. You know, when she says it's the fittest she feels, I think it's the fittest we're seeing, Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Just looks confident as well, doesn't she? I mean, that win in London, I can't imagine what that would have done for her confidence in this series, and also trusting the process that she's been going through this year in order to remain fit and healthy. That must just give you such a boost as you enter this part of the season.
And there's just such an energy, but also a pressure of competing on home soil. I think that's something that, you know, considering her disappointment last year of having to pull out, I mean, you just can't think really of anything worse, because as soon as you step off course, there's everyone there asking you all the questions. And to turn it around this year and to celebrate with all those people, I honestly think I can see why she feels so relieved and so elated with how things are going.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be quite the season for Lucy Charles-Barclay. Those ice creams and chickens are still looming large for the athletes as they make their way around this course. Just in terms of Lucy's technique there, what could people at home, perhaps someone who did a park run this morning, it's a Saturday of course, what could someone learn from someone like Lucy, or even now we've got Kate on screen, perhaps Kate?
Look, I think I was going to be cheeky and say talk to Dan Lorang, her coach. He's certainly got an incredible track record coaching men and women. But I think, you know, that's also what I've noticed with Lucy is, you know, doing things that sometimes as an athlete you get a little bit rigid in what you've been doing because it's worked in the way you've been doing it. And sounds funny, but something as simple as taking part in just a running race or doing something that's out of the ordinary, which is really not, but out of just training for a triathlon all the time, but going and just getting uncomfortable being in a run race. And yes, a park run, like in the UK, they're absolutely huge, but to be battling it out with people that are faster than you and kids half your age maybe, or I think there's something to be said for just reminding yourself of like, I just do it because I love it. And it kind of brings you back to that point of like reminding yourself, like, as much as it's all got serious, as much as there's expectations, as much as there's all this pressure I put on myself, if I strip all that away and I just go out and do what I love, I'm actually just doing it for that reason as well. And sometimes it can be those sorts of things that I'm going to say, like, take you back to your grassroots and why you started doing what it was. And I think it's important for a lot of athletes, to have those sorts of opportunities. Most often if their mind allows them more than anything. It's not that they can't. It's more the rigidity in which you hold on to. This is how I do things, and this is the way it works, and I don't want to deter from that. So.
Just speaking of, I was going to say, just speaking of parkrun, you can see Lucy's time in there, 5K in 18:18. Don't forget that's part of an 18-kilometre run.
Nice.
Average pace of 3:40. Lucy's actually spoken about doing park runs as part of her training. Like, she very much uses that to help her, I guess, simulate racing, to go really fast. I would pity anyone that gets on the start line of a park run. Imagine turning up to your local park of a few hundred people and you see Lucy Charles-Barclay on the start line. That would be demoralising.
I think prior to the T100, but like if you look at, say, Lucy doing just long distance racing and doing a marathon, there's still a lot of speed work that's involved. There's a lot of speed that's still needed to be trained, because you can't just log the miles and get gluggy. And park runs, I think, is like a great opportunity, and I can only imagine, showing up and having, Lucy Charles-Barclay to battle it out with. So I think I also love the fact that she says that she's, she's been very vocal that strength training's been a big part of her program for a long time, and I think that probably comes a lot from her swimming days as well. But Pilates is something that has taken of great interest, and is something that I felt was like absolutely instrumental to my career. So it just shows you that her mind is opening up to other avenues in which to get better and which to improve. And it's not about like reinventing yourself. It's just allowing ways of being in which you were doing things to evolve. And I think that's the evolution, and why the best, personally, why I think the best become the best, because they continually seek and find ways in which they can do things differently in order to get better and to perform and to continue being on the top place and not being complacent with where they're at. And there's a great deal of hunger in that, and I think also a great deal of excitement and energy that comes with that.
And that looks like Ash Gentle just behind India Lee, and she's catching India at quite a rate here. So I think that's Ash Gentle. Just confirm which place that's into, but Ash Gentle overtaking India Lee into 6th position.
Looks like she's got her sights set on a couple more, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so that's Hannah Berry and Caroline Pohl just ahead.
So she's clawed back some time there. Clawing definitely back places, maybe not time on Lucy Charles, who I think is, pretty much they've kept at the same pace. And you just heard Josh, her husband, there giving her a time check and what the gap is to Caroline Pohl. So she's certainly got it within her sights, and we can have a look just now. I think that's something Ash can see is certainly within reach to maybe not make it onto the podium, but I'd love to think that a fourth place might be within reach.
Yeah, and as we say, in this race to Qatar, all of those points could become really, really critical at the end of the season. You can see there on that graphic, Ash Gentle gaining 5 places on the run, Caroline Pole 3, and Lizzie Rayner of Great Britain with 2 places. But it's 5 at the moment, and yeah, you would think that might be a couple more as she sets her sights on Hannah Berry out in front. You mentioned Pilates rather, that Lucy Charles-Barclay is doing. There's stuff like that comes into the sport. Quite interesting, isn't it? It's new ways of thinking and new training methods, helping these athletes get fitter and get stronger.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that more triathletes don't do it. It's I think back in the early 2000s, it was something that I found was very beneficial to me as an athlete, and through the height of my career was something that I absolutely maintained rather than maybe gym work, just the type of athlete that I felt like I was. So I find it fascinating that, these sorts of modalities are coming into, I think, more into athletes' minds about, what else they can do. And I think, it's clearly paying off, all the things that Lucy's doing and all the avenues in which she's discovering ways in which she can continue to get better, even though she's been at the top, and can maintain being at the top is another question. And she's certainly showing that what she's doing is all working.
So that was Ash Gentle getting the move done over Hannah Berry, getting the move done over Caroline Pole. She now finds herself in 4th spot. Still a fair gap to Jessica Learmont.
And that's an important part of the race is the race, okay, might not be for those podium places, but the pressure Ash needs to keep on for her points I would imagine, bring her up without Julie Deron racing, and Taylor Knibb would have to move her up into 3rd in the overall rankings. So she would have that in the back of her mind. She would know that just because, maybe 1 and 2 have claimed it, from what she can ascertain at this point, the points are still just as vital as the race itself in the whole series.
Yeah, Qatar actually coming round a lot quicker than maybe we thought it would at the start of the year. We've not got many races left. We obviously head to Wollongong next, then Dubai, and then we finish our season in Qatar in December. But for the time being, Lucy Charles-Barclay out in front. We saw earlier, as things stand, if this was the way it finished, both her and Kate Woff would be tied on 119 points each. And I guess for Kate now, the objective really just maintain this lead. In terms of doing anything to catch Lucy, is there anything that she could hope for right now that might dictate the end of this race?
I think Kate I feel like Kate's more faded as well. I think it's two-part. It's not just that Lucy has necessarily upped the pace and looks incredible, but she
just slowed down there,
taking that pause there. It's an assimilation to these distances, and that can be, physically, but also, the gut, taking in the nutrition. Like, is it able to carry you through the longer events? And I think, from my perspective, Kate was looking amazing in the beginning, but it clearly, looks to me as if she's more or less just kind of running out of energy, whether it is her stomach and she's just not able to take in, or it's it's not that the body shuts down, but just that availability to keep pushing is just not there. And so it's one of the learnings of being out there and racing and pushing yourself to the limit, to know where you've got to know and find where you can improve upon for the next one.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay seemingly having no such issues on this run. She was with Kate Waugh for the first 3-4 kilometres, but made a decisive move and really hasn't looked back since.
No, she looks incredibly strong. She looks very calm and contained. No doubt it's hot, but she just looks composed and in control.
That's exactly how you want to feel at the end of a T100 race, isn't it? Making maybe a slight grimace there. I don't know if we saw that maybe being the first sign that she is hurting. But a 1:42 gap to Kate Waugh means she can afford to take this at a slightly slower pace if she chooses. We will see. But yeah, for the time being, Lucy Charles-Barclay looking super, super composed in these final stages. And just a bit further back, Jessica Learmont. She's got a nice gap either side of her, you'd have to say, between Ash Gentle just behind. I mean, as good a runner as Ash is, making up 2 minutes with just over a kilometre to go, I think that's going to be quite a challenge. So
I would have to think so. I think unless something happens to Jess's calves, I don't see that being a possibility. But so impressed and so happy to see Jess able to put together a race which we know she's capable of, but just hasn't had the capacity to execute. So for Jess, I would have to say I'd have to be so proud and so happy of herself to be out here in third place and fighting it out with these girls, and even despite that penalty that she received.
yeah, easy to forget, of course. She did serve that 1 minute penalty. She would have been, you would think, right up there with the lead pack in Kate Waugh and Lucy Charles-Barclay. As it was, she was just over a minute behind them as she entered the second transition zone. So Lucy Charles-Barclay does not have long to go here, and this is pretty much the only bit of shade on the entire course. Could not come early enough. But this has been a remarkable performance, hasn't it, Emma?
She has just shown her strength. I think this is Lucy's time to shine. She has really looked at the second half of this season, given all that she's gone through the last couple of years. She's got that monkey off her back. She has found her composure again. She's found her rhythm, her consistency. And that brings about a love for racing, and that love for racing just shines through. And when everything's going well and injury and illness free, this is the time to take home wins and podiums, and she looks pretty happy with herself.
Yeah, she certainly does. She got her first win in London on the T100 in August. And you start to think she's unlocked the potential of what she can do on this series. It's been a smooth race for Lucy Charles-Barclay in the company of Kate Waugh for a short while. But she made a move and she wins here in Spain. 2 wins in 2 races for Lucy. And that kicks off potentially a career-defining period of time in 2025. Just being asked, how are you? She said, fine.
I mean, that's often the case, and I think that also comes with euphoria, doesn't it? When you win by a margin like that as well. Not being pressured to a sprint finish, but that composure and dare I say, how fit she really is and how strong she really is I'm fine after a T100.
I think a lot of the athletes wish they could say that, but Lucy, our champion here in Spain. So coming home in second place, she gave it a really good go, particularly at the start of the run leg, but couldn't stick with Lucy Charles-Barclay. But still, a second place here in Spain, a very good result for Kate Waugh.
She should be really proud of coming to this distance and putting herself up against these athletes and really, really ascertaining, you know, her place, I think, over the T100, seeing what the other champions have been doing and realizing that she's got the capability and able to emulate what they can do. And
yeah, so Kate Woff rounds the final corner. Sunglasses off. It's been a hugely impressive performance from the Brit. She's had a first, she's had a second, she's had a third so far on the T100. Make that another second. Kate Woff comes home here in Spain. And great to see both of those athletes who were together for that period on the run just sharing a word there at the end. So I think we could be on for an all British 1, 2, 3.
you're absolutely right. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
We had the 1, 2 in London.
Yeah.
Same order.
But Jessica Learmonth here, not long to go. And this will match her result in Vancouver, where she also finished third. Superb result for Jess. And really good to see her, especially after the disappointment of France. As we mentioned, she didn't get a moment of sleep the night before that race, so unfortunately had to DNF. But here in Spain, she's looked on much, much better form.
Clean sweep of women from Britain and a clean sweep of Norwegians in men last Sunday there. It's certainly impressive time to be in the sport and witness the nations in which they, you know, continue to just breed these incredible athletes. And
yeah, you need to pick either Norway or Britain as your two places to train.
100%. That's so true.
So Jess Learmonth makes her way onto the blue carpet. She had a drafting penalty, which perhaps makes this all the more remarkable. Not long to go. She comes home, finishes here in Spain in third, and a little come on there to the sky.
Oh, thank you. Oh, great 1, 2, 3. Absolutely fuming about that penalty.
Give it to Jess.
Well done for putting
There's your boy right here.
Wow, what an elated Jess Learmonth. And there, her son, right by her side. That is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you'd have to be so proud. And I think we could only be a few moments away from seeing Ash Gentle. She came from a 6-minute deficit off the bike, but has clawed her way back into 4th place and some extremely valuable points in the T100 series rankings. So happy to see her back to where I think gives her a lot of confidence and in a great position for the rest of this season. Ash Gentle, she's been the queen. She set the standard for so long in this sport since its inception over this distance. And I'm sure it's not going to be the elation and result that she probably was hoping for, but I think she is going to be very happy with her performance today and very happy to be crossing that finish line. Not prepared to share his water, it seems.
Well, I've made my way down here to the finish line, and Lucy Charles-Barclay just getting a well-earned drink, I would say, after that race. Lucy, congratulations, well done. How was that?
Yeah, that was pretty epic, actually. Yeah, really nice day out there. I mean, from the beginning, it was a pretty smooth swim out there. Yeah, calm as anything in the sea, and then just trying to go hard on the bike, see what happens, and then, yeah, felt pretty strong on that run. So, yeah, good day all round, really.
You had Kate Waugh with you, of course, for a significant amount of the bike and, of course, a bit of the run. How much did that spur you on, and how conscious were you of what she could also do on the day?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the Brits were pretty strong today with a 1-2-3. So, yeah, it was pretty good. I knew I was just riding strong. The other girls were right there as well. So, yeah, it was just about kind of holding my game plan together the whole way and knowing that I had a little bit left in that run to make a dig at the end.
So I saw on your Instagram you've called this, you had a training camp for your championship season. This really kicks off, doesn't it? Quite a big few months for you. Tell me about what the next few weeks and months look like.
Yeah, I had a really solid training camp. I was out at Club La Santa in Lanzarote for the last 5 weeks, and I decided I would rather come and do this race than have like a big training weekend at home. So there's no better way than getting a great race stimulus from being out there on the race course. So yeah, it was a pretty good plan. I feel like it's coming together well, and I'm excited for the rest of the season now.
And with regards to your goals for the rest of the season, you're now tied with Kate on 119 points in the race to Qatar. You must have your sights firmly set on that world title, mustn't you?
Yeah, things are definitely heating up. I'm feeling strong. I feel like as the season's progressed, I've definitely got stronger. I feel so much better each race. So the race to Qatar is definitely on. And yeah, like I said, I'm excited for each race as it comes and putting in the prep to put in a good performance each time.
Lovely stuff. Okay, Lucy, we're going to let you step out because I think, if I'm right in saying, we might have a couple of our other finishers. Oh, they're still over by the start-finish line. I can see Jess making her way over to me now. And that's Hannah DeWitt, you can see, just finishing there and getting a well-deserved sponge. That shade on the finish line is very, very important stuff. Athletes really putting themselves through the mill. But I'm delighted to say, hi Jess.
Hi.
How you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. All right now.
Yeah, good.
Ooh.
How was that?
Oh, a bit of an emotional roller coaster, to be honest. I was absolutely fuming about that penalty.
We saw.
And then I kept thinking about it. I was like, oh my God, I was so moody. But honestly, I was so confused. But anyway, never mind. At least I'm so glad I came third and it's not like I lost anything from it. But yeah, bloody fuming. Honestly, nightmare.
I was going to say, third place, still a remarkable result for you and a really, really good day out.
Yeah.
You must be hugely satisfied with that result.
Oh, honestly, so delighted. I didn't think I could podium again, and I have been running and things have been going well. But then, yeah, when things like that happen, it's so hard to overcome. And when you're just riding on your own, and it was just a solid day out. But I'm actually really, really happy I'm able to manage in the heat because it's really hot and I'm not usually one for the heat. So
I was listening on your podcast, you were talking about heat training and you were saying at this stage of your career you just can't be bothered.
Yeah, well, it's brutal. Honestly, some of my athletes do it and I just think, oh God, I'm glad I'm not doing that. But it just shows you if you're good with the aid stations and your nutrition's good, then yeah, you can get away with it sometimes.
You certainly can. We've been joined by Kate Waugh. Kate, congratulations, a second place for you. How you can stay if you want.
Sorry, okay.
Stay if you want. Why not? How was that for you?
I slept for first today. I felt good on the swim. It felt like pretty comfortable, to be honest. And then the bike, I just struggled, and then we lost Jess at one point, an unfortunate penalty. I'm not sure I agreed with that, but anyway. And then going on to the run, I actually felt really comfortable for the first 9K, and then as soon as Lucy pushed the pace, I just didn't have it in me, and just struggled my way along for the rest of the race, to be honest. But yeah,
we as a T100 community lost someone really close to us recently, and that kind of gave me the extra strength I needed today. And yeah, we're thinking of Sam and Lucy and all the family at the moment.
Incredibly well said. Kate, Jess, we're going to leave you. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. We're very quick, so thank you very much. Good luck with your recovery. We're gonna let you go. And in the meantime, we're going to look at how that race finished. It was Lucy Charles-Barclay who had the fastest swim of anyone. She finished in first. It was Kate Waugh in second, and Jessica Learmonth who came in third. Ash Gentle with the fastest run of anyone in fourth, Caroline Pole in fifth, Hannah Berry in sixth, India Lee in seventh, Hannah DeWitt in eighth, Lizzie Rayner in ninth, a debut T100 for her, and Sarah Perez-Sala in 10th. So we've got about a month off before we're down under in Wollongong, Australia on the 18th of October. But from all of us here in Spain, have a lovely rest of your weekend. Bye for now.